Hello, and welcome to Nostalgia Marcana. I'm your host, Doug Leaf. Each episode of this podcast, we'll look back on the movies, TV, games, people, and phenomena that we still love talking about all these years later, and ask ourselves why these bits of pop culture still enchant us today. This week, we'll be revisiting... Ba-da-bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. We're talking about video game soundtracks, and I'm really excited that we're going to be talking about the music that accompanies games. We get to talk about games on this podcast from time to time, but it's usually an individual one. But I personally am the kind of guy who will like to listen to video game soundtracks just because often we'll have them on while I'm working. And I don't know that, outside the realm of video game enthusiasts, that these composers really get their flowers very often for the incredible work that they do. So I'm really glad that we're going to be spending time on this. It's a little bit of a deviation from our format, but I have brought onto the show three podcasters I know from the world of video games that are just steeped in this stuff. So I'm really glad we have kind of an all-star crew to go through this. So first, he is the host of the Tales from the Backlog podcast. You've heard him most recently over here talking about the music of the Foo Fighters, as well as Rocky. Welcome back, David Jackson.
David, going with my government name.
You put it on. You put it on your Zoom.
This is my work account for Zoom, but yeah, glad to be back.
I got mine out of Douglas. I didn't go with that, so glad to have you here, Dave.
Yeah.
All right. Also, a returning champ who's been on here before to talk about Final Fantasy IX and let's see, Nightmare on Elm Street 6. Freddy's Dead. Welcome back, Rick Firestone.
That's right. 1-2. I'm coming for you. I'm excited too. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, me too, man. I know both of you are real super hyper knowledgeable about music, theory as well. So this is going to be good to have you guys on here. And we have one more returning guest from the Retro Hangover podcast. Please welcome back Chris Coplien.
Hi, I can't think of anything clever to say. I'm just completely tired and mentally bankrupt. So hopefully I'll be able to add to the conversation because I heard music theory and now I'm intimidated.
No, dude, I spent all day getting cooked in the sun, so we'll see how well my brain functions for this podcast too.
But thank you for having me on. It's great to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you back, Chris. You know what? I'll start with you because the three of you all do podcasts that are video game focused, and you guys all on your different shows take time to always talk about the score that accompanies whatever the game is you're talking about. Because again, I think these are integral parts of the experience. So, but I'll give it to you, Chris. Normally, I would ask about your nostalgic memories of the topic. That doesn't quite work here, but I will ask kind of just your overall feelings on game music and how it factors into your life outside of even podcasting about it directly.
Well, when in terms of game music, and if I take the whole entire holistic view, going back to when I was a kid, to put this in a nostalgic point of view, I would say that games with good scores and good soundtracks always seem to resonate with me more than games that didn't. They would almost enhance or even trump gameplays in some cases, where a game could be mediocre, but if it had a fantastic soundtrack, it instantly became more memorable than perhaps a game that had one that was more generic or generally, a throwaway kind of soundtrack. Now, didn't listen to a lot of video game music per se, or just most of the time when I was growing up as a kid. I think I listened more to, corporate rock or whatever on the radio stations. I think a lot of us did. It was the way that we consumed our new music and found new things. But I wasn't completely isolated from video game music as a standalone product. I remember ordering video game soundtracks online, almost exclusively from Squaresoft. So I remember getting, the Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 soundtracks. Well, even 7, 8, 9. So I pretty much had all the Final Fantasy soundtracks outside of the first 3. I got myself, the Castlevania Symphony of the Night soundtrack. So I was able to pick up some soundtracks, import them from Japan, because of course we didn't have them here unless they are some sampler discs. And I listened to them from time to time, not as frequently as other music, but I did listen to them from time to time. But as of now, as I've grown up and just, I don't listen to the radio anymore. If I do, I'm listening to podcasts or whatever. Video game music, if I'm listening to music, has almost exclusively been what I listen to on a daily basis. If anyone asked me anything about bands or pop music or anything, I couldn't tell you anything about those. But I could tell you video game soundtracks, video game music, specifically retro gaming, just because it's like my comfort food. It makes me happy. I find familiar tunes there. And just because also I don't have time for new games anymore, that's my own fault, not blaming anything. I just tend to stay with older soundtracks. So I stay there, listen to those, even on our show, on our patron side, we have a music show that we made. And I like to seek out music shows. A lot of them I've been inspired by. And I just really, that's really the I would say the long and the short of it was probably a little bit longer than I should have been here. But yeah, that's me in video game music.
Perfect. Rick, I'll turn it over to you. Same question.
Could you repeat the question?
Let me ask the stenographer to read it back. Just, normally this, like I said, this is the part of the show where I say, hey, tell me your nostalgic memories of video game music, but we're not really that locked into your youth or time frame for this. We're going to be talking about kind of game music from, the beginning all the way up through, current gen stuff. But yeah, tell me where that kind of music just fits into your life, let's say again, outside of when you're specifically talking about it for your podcast.
Yeah, sure. I can do a little of what Chris did as well and give some background. In terms of current day, I really don't listen to a lot of video game music outside of when I'm playing. It depends largely on what I'm playing and what I have to do at the time, driving versus chores versus, things like that. But honestly, in general, I really don't listen to a lot of it. There have been some soundtracks, some of which I'll probably talk about in between a couple of minutes and a couple of hours from now, but it takes something special, I think, for me to really devote time, dedicated time to listening to a video game soundtrack, and there are myriad reasons for that. In terms of like growing up, though, I can't in all honesty say that like video games had a big influence on me musically. There were some soundtracks that sort of showed me early on what they could do. I know for sure one of them I'll talk about today, but others are, some of the classic Sega stuff like Sonic, any Sonic really, Sonic 3D Blast in my case, the US version, which has just a killer soundtrack. Fighters Mega Mix, stuff on the Saturn, shout out Chris. And obviously Pokemon. There's no discounting Pokemon and what that can do. So I think I was lucky to have been turned on to so much music, so much game music that was quality pretty early on. But yeah, I apologize. I don't mean to ramble a bit. I don't know that it plays a huge role in my day-to-day life today. I will say though, lately I've just so happened to stumble across a lot of soundtracks that are just stupendous. I know for certain multiple will be talked about today, not just by me either, but yeah, it's a great time for that too. The medium has come a long way in terms of soundtracks and composition. Just the bar is so much higher.
Yeah, especially now that the tech enables you to put whatever you want sonically into the game, right? You're not limited by the microchips that make something go. Like it's just whatever you feel like. So
you're not limited by Sonic either. It can be Mario.
Right, of course. All right, Dave, I'll turn it over to you. Your feelings on game music overall.
Yeah. So, I guess nostalgically, it's interesting. I was thinking back, and I definitely have my favorite soundtracks from my favorite games when I was a kid, but video games also played a big role in just introducing me to different genres of non-video game music, like licensed soundtracks, which we may talk about a few of them throughout the episode. But that's kind of like my nostalgic side of it. Where I'm at right now, in my relationship with video game music is specifically like I have the type of brain where music is the thing that connects me to emotion the closest. So, um, if I'm recalling a story beat from a game that I really love, it's not remembering the scene that will like, get me choked up or like bring a rise of emotion recalling it. It's the song that's playing during the scene that will snap me right into it. And sometimes I'll play a game and I'll realize it like mid game what that song is. Like this is going to be that song in a year and a half that I'm going to hear randomly, and it's going to transport me right back to that moment. And so some of the things on my list are things like that, where I'll just like catch a random song in, someone's VGM podcast that they do, or like just it'll come up on YouTube because the algorithm knows what songs I like. And so that's the relationship I have with it now, other than of course enjoying it within the context of the game. And then, on the podcast, having fun talking about it. That's the thing, is it's the thing that snaps me straight back into the emotion more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I grew up my first console was an Atari, so I go all the way back. And I remember having a similar experience to you, Chris, which was I had a friend who, like, I went over to his house one day and he had copies of, like, here's the Secret of Mana soundtrack. Here's, a couple of Final Fantasy soundtracks. And like, I didn't even know at the time you could procure such a thing. To me, like, the only way to listen to the music was just to play the game, or at least, a handful at that time would have, like, on the start screen, you could go to like a BGM select and just listen to them like through the console. But the idea of just throwing on a CD and listening to one like blew my mind when I was a teenager, that you could even do that. And then over time, like, it's just become like a well of music I go back to all the time, especially like I said when I'm working, because video game music is, by its nature, I don't want to say it's homogenous, but it has to maintain a relatively steady vibe within the confines of a single track most of the time. If it's I mean, if it's in a cutscene, they can do all kinds of emotional things, but if you're, wandering through a level, it's gonna have to be fairly samey as you're doing the same kind of thing in the same like locale. So that means it's not like wildly distracting necessarily. It's usually not full of lyrics. Like, it's a vibe most of the time. And so like I love having that on while I'm trying to get stuff done. It just kind of keeps my mind steady, for lack of a better word. But like as you said, Dave, all music is emotional. That's what music is designed to do. It's designed to evoke feelings in you. And here, like with video game music, it's often not just an emotion, it's part of storytelling. On top of just, it still has to work as a musical composition, as a standalone thing you could hear outside of the game. And so, yeah, I just felt it was really, just worthwhile to take some time to celebrate these things. But with that, the way we're going to do this is the way we often do music on this podcast, is with top 10 lists. I've just, only because I think that's a good way to just kind of give a tour through a bunch of different stuff. But with we've got 50 some odd years now almost of game music to go through. There's a lot to choose from. So, Chris, I'll start with you. How did you go about putting this list together?
Painfully. I think I came up with a list. I just started writing games down. I had to stop myself. I got to probably about 25, 30 titles of games I could immediately identify with. And narrowing that list down was more excruciating than I could have possibly imagined. So I don't even necessarily have them in an order here. They're very loosely organized in terms of preference. But I will say that if you ask me again in a year and tell me to erase my list and come up with a different top 10 lists of gaming soundtracks that I find to be the best or most appealing or most important to me, it's probably going to be radically different than the one that I have here today.
Yeah, I kind of had the same. I had to just kind of go like, this is just going to have to be the list for today, and it's not, you know, set in stone or whatever. But like, we just kind of have to do it. Rick, how about you? What criterion did you use to curate your list?
More or less the same. That was the sort of disclaimer. That's the disclaimer that I always use in these sorts of things, and what I was prepared to do today as well. It's not what I consider to be the 10 best of all time, just 10 that I think are exemplary. And even there are even a couple that I inserted last minute in place of others, just because I thought it would make for a little bit more of an interesting take or conversation, highlighting something a little bit different. So like Chris said, like you said, like I'm sure Dave is going to say too, 1 year from now, even 1 month from now, probably could be very different.
Dave?
Yeah, I don't know about, I mean, maybe I'm just different, but I have 10 of the only good video game soundtracks to talk about. So it was pretty easy for me. No, this was impossible. I'm adding, while Rick was talking, I thought of another game to put on my list. So thank you, Rick. So what I did was just start writing down games. And then actually I realized pretty quickly, I was like, oh, these are all Japanese. I need to think a little bit outside of what's popping right into my head right now. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about maybe some approaches to music in Japanese versus Western, especially like AAA games that to me make Japanese soundtracks stick with me longer. But that was part of my process, is throwing spaghetti at the wall, and more than 10 things have stuck. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, a little bit the same. I there's one I'm eyeing right now of like, do I really want this on my list in place of this other one? And I'm probably gonna have to I'm gonna keep thinking about that right up until it's time.
Mhm.
Yeah, the only criterion I used here, other than of course things that I personally really like, is I did want to try and put some variety in there in terms of different eras of gaming, different stuff. So like there's 8-bit stuff on here, there's modern stuff on here, and everything in between. If I had said, hey, dude, like the top 10, NES era soundtracks, we could have done that. We could have gone bit by bit, but I just wanted to make sure I kind of honored the entire history of stuff. I also wanted to make sure I limited it to like one per series. As you already mentioned, like Final Fantasy, I can't imagine it doesn't show up tonight, more than one of them. So like we just have to sort of go like, all right, I could run the board with a bunch of them. They're all awesome, but not at the expense of everything else. So, it's just going to have to kind of, everybody's going to have to kind of jockey around for position here on this list. As they vie for attention. So, with that, let's get it going. Chris, what is your number 10?
Ooh. Okay, like I said, no particular order, so I'm just going to say this is my number 10. We'll start with that. This is the first one I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to start with a soundtrack I think is completely undervalued and not particularly talked about from the PlayStation era, composed by Yoko Shimomura. It's going to be Legend of Mana. I think that is a absolutely brilliant soundtrack. It's you don't really hear much about it. Obviously, the Mana soundtracks as a whole, I don't think a lot of people talk about, and I think there's I don't want to say it's a good reason, but I mean, I don't really think that the sound. I mean, they have some good tracks. It is Square, Square at their peak, obviously, and but Legend of Mana is just, you have a Yoko Shimomura soundtrack. She is a fantastic composer, one of the best ever, and it's really her in her element during a time of composition that music and catchy music and memorable music is first and foremost in the forefront of your mind, especially in playing video games. Pain the Darkness, no, Pain the Universe and Darkness Nova are fantastic boss themes. You have some really mellowed out themes in terms of the world, in terms of towns, in terms of exploration. It's just a very solidly composed soundtrack, and I don't want to say it's overly memorable, but it's complete, and it's once I start listening to it, it's very difficult to put down. It's a perfect chill soundtrack.
I'll throw it over to the group. Any comment on Legends of Mana?
Never played it. Don't know anything about the soundtrack, but Yoko Shimomura is a legend. So glad we got her name out real quick.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I was when I was looking through the list of stuff that she composed today, I realized that there are a lot of games scored by her that I just haven't got around to, and Mana is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I only know Secret of Mana. That's the one I'm familiar with. But like again, you mentioned Square. Like Square does this better than anybody. I mean, it's not just the Final Fantasy series and the Mana series and like the Chrono Triggers in there, and like there's so many that they can cite to because they obviously make this a very high priority to make sure that their games have killer soundtracks. So
Absolutely.
yeah, great place to start. Rick, you're number 10.
Yeah, so this is one of the late additions, the last minute additions that I swapped in because I think it is very different from a lot of stuff on here, and that is Silent Hill 2. Composer Akira Yamaoka. And the reason that I think this is worth talking about is, well, one, I think horror soundtracks often get overlooked because so often they are going for affect and ambiance over the more readily graspable things like melody and hummability. Can you hum to this? Can you dance to this? You can dance to Silent Hill 2 in the most technical sense of that word. But I think what makes this one very cool, and also, by the way, I forget if I said this. I didn't choose any that I didn't play. But Silent Hill 2, the reason that I like it so much is so many of these disparate elements and genres come together, like this 90s sort of rock, pre-lo-fi almost even, alongside of what Yamaoka does arguably better than most, if not anybody, in the horror game sphere is the elements of noise and industrial found sound that is put in, sometimes just for the sake of having noise and sound that isn't that I mean, yes, it goes for the affect of fear and anxiety and being tense, but it also in other tracks is spliced together in a way and mixed in with more melodic elements and rhythmic elements to sort of challenge what a stereotypical cliche notion of what quote unquote music is, which is one of the most banal things to talk about anymore. Like, what is music? Stop it. But I think this soundtrack is very good at that. It's really good at inspiring elements of fear and tension in you and making your hair stand on end and getting you to sit on one butt cheek. But it splices that in with all of this other melodic stuff, this, like I said, almost pre-lo-fi stuff. It's really cool. And then sometimes sometimes they just splice it in to make almost a sort of quasi beat. And yeah, that's Yamaoka does it better than any other horror composer that I know of.
Yeah, this was also on my short list, so thank you for making a choice for me, Rick. But I
There you go.
love the soundtrack for all the reasons that you said. I'm not sure I can add a whole lot onto it, but to me, it is that mix of like the industrial noise type stuff to really stress you out as you're, maybe you're a little bit lost, or maybe you're stressed out by the gameplay. Maybe you're out of bullets or whatever. Like, it's a stressful game. The story is stressful too. And someone's just, it's like you've got all the members of Slipknot banging on steel cans and shit in the background, uh, with all of the melodic stuff, like you talked about. So yeah, it's a masterpiece of a horror soundtrack.
Yeah, also one that was close to being added to the list here. One of the things that really sticks out for me for the Silent Hill games in general, 1 and 2 specifically here, is that ambience and how different that was than what we were getting at the time when the games came out. Because the catchiness, actually providing actual music, was tended to be more important than trying to capture the element of what was going on around you, and the setting and the tenseness and the heaviness, and it just matches and pairs so well with everything that was going on. Not just the sound that's there as a sound, as a quote unquote soundtrack, but also how it was incorporated with silence and, as Rick said, the melodic tunes and varying it up. It's almost cinematic without quite being cinematic, to still have that video game quality to it, which makes it a phenomenal sonic effort amongst its peers, especially at that time.
Yeah, I think when it comes to horror too, like the shortcut for horror is, I don't know, give them some strings and some, minor
Yeah.
chords, and, just kind of keep that low and in the background, and that'll feel tense because it does. But that's like, horror 101. To try and actually do something that is a little more elevated, like Silent Hill 2, like all of the Silent Hill games, but this is psychological horror, like emphasis on the psychological. And it really feeds into the stories of those games to have, as you said, Dave, like these really harsh, like metallic sounds just happening. That's part of the like fabric of the music, as a way to like set your teeth on edge. And it's, again, that's a much more elevated form of this. So yeah, great pick. All right. So then my number 10, or do we skip you, Dave? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
My number 10, we're going to go in a lot more melodic direction after Silent Hill. Since the remake just got announced, I started up a new file in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and that's going to be my number 10. That's a nostalgic pick, and it's also just, hey, Koji Kondo composes beautiful music pick. So I could have picked any number of Mario games, any number of Zelda games, all from Koji Kondo, but Ocarina of Time is the nostalgic pick for me, and it's just great. And I booted it up, and the music started in the Kokiri forest, and I was immediately right back at home, even though I haven't heard that song in 15, 20 years at this point. Same when you walk out in Hyrule Field for the first time and the sun is rising and you get that little musical sting at the beginning. It's just a beautiful soundtrack. And, there is a little bit of a mix of some horror in the Ocarina of Time levels and soundtrack. But for the most part, it's just a beautiful, very melodic score to it. So that's my number 10.
Yeah, I'm glad we mentioned Koji Kondo. Obviously, one of the pillars of game soundtracks, as you said, Mario and Zelda. It doesn't get more iconic than that. And one of the things that's cool about the Ocarina of Time, like the way Koji Kondo did this is, they're building off of all of the other Zeldas that came before. And so each time it's like, okay, we're going to hear some of the same themes you've already, burned into our brains, but you got to add a few and make them feel like they belong and are just as classic as these other things. And I think Ocarina's soundtrack does that very well. And obviously, there's a reason why many of those themes will continue to show up in subsequent Zelda games after this. So, yeah, an excellent pick.
Gerudo Valley.
Yes.
That's all I have to say. That's
Yep.
If you fire that song up, I get hyped. It's one of the best songs on the N64, from easily one of the best soundtracks on the N64. I have my qualms with the Zelda. Full fireworks already. I have my qualms with the Zelda series as a game series. I know I'm a very stark minority in that aspect, but one thing I can always appreciate is the soundtrack, and Ocarina's right up there.
Right.
I'm with you on that for what it's worth.
They could be hit or miss. That's true. All right. So for my number 10, I'm going real obscure. Relatively recent game. It's one of these games that was just kind of unfortunate. Like the gameplay is like, it's 7 out of 10. Like it's not bad. It's not great. It's just not something you're going to be like, man, I can't wait to get my hands on this. But the aesthetics of this game were fucking off the charts. And so the soundtrack is one I have in very heavy rotation. So I had to mention it. And the game is Narita Boy. This is a pixel art game that takes place where your character is sucked into a computer. Think Tron, like they're very heavily trading on like the kind of the iconography of Tron. But the soundtrack is this like digital vaporwave thing that just straight up fucks. Like there's no other word for it. It rules. I'm very like evangelical about this particular soundtrack because it just blew me away. And like I said, have it in heavy rotation ever since because it's so good. The game is, take it or leave it, but this is a phenomenal collection of tracks.
This is, I think one of you guys mentioned the power of a soundtrack to elevate a game that you otherwise would not feel super strongly about. Narita Boy is a game that I've heard exactly that about, that the music is fucking fantastic. And I've listened to it before and it is great. But then the game is whatever. And I still kind of want to play it just to experience the soundtrack in the context. I don't really give a shit if the rest of the game is mediocre, because sometimes you get that experience and the music can really carry a game for me. So yeah, that's a good pick.
Never heard of it,
Yeah,
so
I've-
now
I've
I have
never
to
heard of it.
go look it up.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like it's not like I said, it's not a bad game. It doesn't play poorly. It's got some interesting stuff going on story wise, and again, absolutely but the visuals and the soundtrack are just off the charts. Just some spectacular pixel art and some really phenomenal music. So, yeah, we'll move on. Chris, you're number 9.
Number 9. This is another one I think is pretty undersold as well, but I always champion this soundtrack. So if you ever hear me talk about soundtracks, you've heard me talk about this one, and that is Grandia.
Yeah.
for the Saturn and the PlayStation 1. When I played this as a kid, I didn't really see it for what it was. Now, I was a big Lunar fan. This is composed by Noriyuki Iwadare, and who also did those soundtracks, also some of the Phoenix Wright soundtracks, and didn't really think much of it when I originally played it. But coming back to it years later, and someone I think I was watching GameSack, or it may have been another channel, and they were pointing out how if you really want to listen to a good dungeon track, go listen to Ghost Ship from Grandia. And I'm like, okay. So I listened to Ghost Ship from Grandia, and I just was like, how can something be this deep for an RPG dungeon? There's no excuse for it. And then I just started diving into the soundtrack. I'm like, how did I miss out on this? It's simply one of the most beautiful soundtracks ever composed for an RPG. Full stop. It's just the sound quality, the composition, the overall direction, how it hits moments in the actual game itself when it needs to. And you don't really hear anyone talk about it that much. I think it really gets overshadowed, and I think there's a lot to do with the fact that no one really talks about Grandia all that much either. It's a series that kind of came and went, had some choice decisions near the end of the series' lifetime. But that first one was really a standout, especially for the Sega Saturn when it came out, and just an absolutely hands down brilliantly beautiful soundtrack that almost universally hits. There's like one or two stinkers. I'm not going to say that it's a perfect soundtrack, but for the most part, it's just gorgeous. It's just took me completely by surprise with how sweepingly beautiful it was.
Here. It is a really good one. And Grandia 1 gets overshadowed a lot too because of, I think it's generally considered weaker, at least than 2, from what I've heard. But it starts out so cinematically with all those sweeping and moving and flying camera angles and a soundtrack to accompany it right before dropping you into Parm, which is, it's funky. It's kind of rock based. There's a bit of a bluesy element to it. And all of it, it's just stylistic diversity is just peppered all throughout it. You get this really quirky diner theme that just out of nowhere has a Sega-esque bass slap solo. You're like, what is going on here? It is insane. And of course, Lunar. I mean, oh God, I love Lunar games, and I love the Lunar soundtrack too. The score, it is just spectacular. Boat Song is an all-timer. I should put Lunar on the list, man.
Dave, any thoughts on Grandia?
Never played it or heard the soundtrack.
Yeah, I wish I could comment on this more. This is an era of gaming that is a bit of a blind spot for me. Everything in the late 90s, in terms of the Saturn, the PS1, the N64 I had a little bit of experience with, but not much. I didn't own any of those consoles. It was just, that was right at the back half of high school for me, and my first few years of college. So I didn't have a lot of time for gaming. So that whole era, there's a handful of landmark games from that era that I did play. But for the most part, there's a lot of blind spots in there. So I'm looking forward to checking this out because, as you said, it's a JRPG, right? It's gonna have I can't think of too many that have a bad soundtrack. Generally, as you said, Dave, there's something about this genre in particular that gives birth to a lot of amazing stuff. Rick, you're number 9.
Okay. Still has horror lineage, believe it or not. I am going Skullgirls. Skullgirls, originally released in 2012. There are a couple of composers involved. A lot of jazz folks were involved. I think they were kind of led or headed by a gentleman named Vincent Diamante, but their headlining composer, the one that brought in all the attention, was Michiru Yamane of Castlevania fame.
Yes.
And you may not know this, but she had a lot of interest and experience doing jazz piano, particularly when she was in university. I think she wanted at some point to become like a gigging jazz pianist before studying like Bach or something in university. But the cool thing about this soundtrack is it's a fighting game, Skullgirls is, and you get a lot of, the high energy fighting game stuff. It's electronic, there's rock, but the influence of Michiru Yamane along with these jazz guys is you do get some really organ Bach inspired like pedal. I don't think it's actually a fugue, but like pedal point stuff and the quote unquote gothic vibes. And then you just get a boatload of jazz writing, good, like actual good horn writing too. And the players are just killing it. There's, when they released their last DLC, and this was a long time ago. I mean, the second encore of Skullgirls, which was the last port of it, came out in 2015. When they released that, they had some new characters, and one of the characters' themes was played by a very well-known YouTuber that does video game music, Insane in the Rain. I think his name is Carlos. I always forget. Insane in the Rain is his handle. But he loved the soundtrack. He did some covers, and they were like, "Hey, why don't you record like on the official soundtrack?" So he just dubs just such a ripping tenor solo, multi-tracks like all the Barry alto tenor. I don't remember if he does soprano or not on there, but it's really ripping. I mean, and they play and write like jazz guys, like jazz people. It's fantastic. It's not like it's not campy or kitschy like a lot of, when you get orchestral writers writing let's write a jazz section. If you're not George Gershwin, then it comes off as just really corny and again kitschy and just not good. Everybody kind of, it appeases the old people with money that are buying the seats. But no, like they have the pedigree. Michiru Yamane has the pedigree, and it's just a fantastic soundtrack. Not every track is a winner, but the ones that are, which are more than not, it's just stellar. It is really good. I knew I had to put this on here. I don't know a lot of games, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that do genuine like jazz for their soundtrack. And if you have to start with one of them, this is a great one.
Have not played Skullgirls, surprisingly, but anything with Michiru Yamane is worth listening to and checking out. Brilliant composer.
Yeah, I don't have her on my list tonight, but yeah, I'm glad, again, another name I'm glad got mentioned.
I've actually never played Castlevania anything, so I'm totally unfamiliar with her outside of Skullgirls.
May come up later in the show, who's to say, but Castlevania music rips pretty much across the board.
I had a couple on there. I surprisingly don't have any, but yeah, I mean, it should be mentioned tonight, obviously.
All right, Dave, number 9.
Number 9 is the first game that I wrote down when making my list. It was the first thing that jumped to mind, maybe because I just played this studio's newest game, but this number 9 on my list is Shovel Knight. It is a fucking fantastic soundtrack. And I guess the thing that I'll just say about the Shovel Knight soundtrack is there's a lot of different sounds within like the limitations they placed on themselves for the types of sounds that they could produce for it. A lot of different styles, I'll say. But the first song in the first level, called Strike the Earth, really sets the tone for the entire game with this really driving melody that gets started after a little short introduction, and then you're off. And for me, the fun never stopped after those first couple seconds. I mean, it's a hard game, but so there was, frustrating times, but the music is different in every level. It's usually really great. There's some really interesting stuff like the Plague Night level with its like kind of offbeat song that kind of keeps you off balance a little bit, along the lines of Plague Knight being this manic weirdo. It's just a fantastic soundtrack, and it's one I wanted to make sure if I have 9 Japanese games on this list, I'm going to make sure I have at least one that's not. So Jake Kaufman is the composer for the Shovel Knight soundtrack and their new game Mina the Hollower, which also has a great soundtrack. So yeah, Shovel Knight, number 9.
Fantastic pick. One of those games. I think Shovel Knight's a 10 out of 10 game.
Yeah, we did it on your show together, and all of it was basically just a love fest for 2 hours.
Yeah, just completely glazing Shovel Knight for an entire block. And the music is a big reason for that. If you take the music out of the game, Shovel Knight's still a great game, but I don't think it's as great. If you don't nail the soundtrack the way that Jake Kaufman did, like those limitations. And I think like a lot of people, why NES soundtracks and 16-bit soundtracks are so memorable for so many is those limitations that were imposed on creators at the time. And he made a soundtrack that just completely nailed nostalgia 100%. Just 100%. It sounded like an 8-bit, it was an 8-bit soundtrack more or less. And but it wasn't at the same time. Like it had a lot of those modern considerations and a lot of lessons learned over time for just one of the best soundtracks for an indie game or just period. Not just limited indie game, just one of the best soundtracks period within its genre. So yeah, great pick, Dave.
Yeah, I had this on my list as well. I may swap it out for something else just so we can get another game in there to talk about. This game, it gives and gives and gives, because not only are like all of these tracks good, there's quite a large number of them. And so the batting average is really high for every single one of these tracks. And as you said, like it absolutely nails the nostalgia. The game is a, an 8-bit throwback. And I forget who said it, but about the game, but it feels like you remember those games feeling, but slightly better, right? It's a little smoother. There's just a few little things about it that let you know that this is from, 2014 or whatever it was that it came out. But like it just nails everything. It's one of those things where it's like it's amazing that Jake Kaufman is so good at doing this. Interestingly, I don't know if this game will come up tonight, but there, when they did that modern redo of the NES DuckTales, he did the soundtrack for that. So it's like, I mean, the DuckTales Moon theme is, highly regarded as this high watermark of the NES era. So it almost feels like, he's like, okay, I will take this and run with it. It feels like that. So yeah, excellent pick. Okay, so my number 9. Remember when you guys were talking about 3 minutes ago about how we haven't said anything about Castlevania? Well, I'm picking a Castlevania title. I think my personal favorite soundtrack from this franchise, and it is Castlevania 3: Dracula's Curse for the NES. I love a lot of the music from Simon's Quest. It's very good, but there are only a handful of tracks and they're very short loops, even though they're very catchy and memorable. It's a more robust soundtrack for Castlevania 3. And the other thing about it that's notable is that there's 2 versions of it. The American one and then the one they released for Japan on the Famicom. And the Famicom soundtrack, for whatever reason, the Famicom's setup had a slightly more advanced set of chips. So they had additional channels so that if you listen to the Japanese version of this, which is the one I'll use when I throw in clips to with this episode, you've got way more like going on in the bass, a lot, and it just makes everything pop that much more. The American soundtrack is fine, like that's the one I grew up on. It still rules, but when you hear that other one and you're like, oh wow, they made it even better. But there's so many great tracks from this game, and I'm not even sure which one I'm gonna pick, but it's killer from beginning to end.
So, this was like one of the last one or two to be removed from my list, which it was extremely painful to do because it left me with no Castlevania games on my list. It was also the only Castlevania game I had if I was going to make a top 10. And again, that's also a hard decision. You're right. The Famicom version is a real standout for what Konami was doing on the NES. Well, specifically the Famicom. They weren't doing it on the NES for reasons that were similar to what you were saying. The Famicom could, one, handle it, and two, Nintendo didn't want Konami to do it for whatever reasons when they brought the game over to the United States, when they licensed it. But that soundtrack is a standout in the series. I think it really personifies the 2D traditional Castlevania games as a whole in terms of gameplay and in terms of its soundtrack. It's just all killer, no filler. It's all vampire killer.
No vampire filler. Yeah.
Yes.
Is Castlevania, is this one of the series where you can just start anywhere? Or is there a continuity?
More or less, yeah.
There is a story, but please do not believe anyone who says you have to follow it.
It is nonsense. It's literally about Dracula getting killed 60 times, so, the third one's technically a prequel. 1 and 2, 2 is a sequel to 1, 3 takes place 100 years before the first one. But again, the story is irrelevant. You go through cool gothic ass levels and kill cool gothic ass monsters to cool gothic ass music. That's it.
Yes.
All right, Chris, number 8.
Number 8, I'm going Sega here. And I'm going Sonic. I'm going to go Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. And you know what? I don't think I could have picked a wrong Sonic game. I think all of the soundtracks for Sonic games, well, maybe there's a couple that people wouldn't like, but you really have to dig for them. Maybe they're on the Game Gear or something. I don't know. Even the Sonic Spinball soundtrack is great, and that uses the GEMS soundboard or sound configuration, which is utter crap. So however they did that is a small miracle. But when I look at Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, who just want to combine it, I'll just say Sonic 3 for brevity's sake. It's whoever composed it. We're still trying to figure that out. Maybe it was Michael Jackson. Maybe it wasn't. They surely changed all, well, not all the music, but a lot of the tracks for some of those controversies. It's just a driving sense of hype. Techno, rock, everything like that. Very 90s. Very of its time, much like Sonic is. And I can't think of enough. If I look at the entire Sonic franchise, why Sonic 3, right? Because Sonic Adventure was really close to making it. Sonic Frontiers was really close to making it. And Sonic 1, iconic. Sonic 2, also iconic. Also just amazing soundtrack as well. So why Sonic 3? I just think if you play Sonic 3, it really grabs the feeling of exactly what Sonic the Hedgehog is in Sonic's 16-bit persona. And you can even say, as a whole, that soundtrack just really identifies Sonic front to back over the years. It's a 90s... Sonic is a 90s character. That is a 90s-ass soundtrack in all the best ways possible. And I think it's also one of the best use of the Sega Genesis's soundboard. doesn't sound like farts and boops. It actually sounds like really crunchy and hits really hard. The composers and the people that made Sonic 3 knew exactly what they were doing with that sound chip. It's a standout for 16-bit era, and for a series known for amazing soundtracks, Sonic 3 is at the top of the series in my opinion. And I still, going back to Dave's comment about emotional moments, it doesn't make me overly emotional, but it's a memory that is just ingrained in my brain when you go to Ice Cap Zone and you're snowboarding down the hill and you just get those like little high pitched beeps in the phasing that it is. Like it's really fast and it's just kind of more techno-ish, integrated with pop and a little bit of rock. And you can definitely hear like the Michael Jackson influence in it without being too obvious. And it's just, I don't know. I love it. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 just blows me away.
Yeah, that whole team defined what that console sounds like. That is, I cannot think of any other game series that was so Genesis, you know, in terms of how it sounded, even down to the sound design too, the sound effects.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm the probably the premier Sonic hater in this chat. I don't know Doug's allegiances, but there's no hating on Sonic soundtracks for the most part. And especially to me, especially back in this era of Sonic. This is the golden age of Sonic music as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I didn't have a Genesis. I had an SNES at that time, but I had a friend who had a Genesis. So I associate Sonic most with like sleepovers at my friend's house when we would play it all night. Those soundtracks all, are fantastic. They do get the most bang out of the Genesis's soundtrack. And as you said, Chris, like the overriding thing is got to go fast. Like we want this soundtrack to get you pumped up for that. I don't talk about this much, but I'm very friendly with someone who is very highly involved with the production of the Sonic movies, and like we've actually had like chats about this, and kind of like is whether you like those movies or not, like they know where the well they're pulling from, and they're very good about going like, how are we going to nod to these soundtracks, in a way that is deferential in those films. So they as you said, like they kind of defined a huge part of 90s gaming for a very good reason. They're probably the best soundtracks out of all of the Genesis's library. Like the Sonic stuff is at the top. So,
top tier.
Yeah.
Top tier.
Rick, you're number 8.
Okay. I knew I had to put something by Shimomura here. I went with Kingdom Hearts 2. And like I said, I was listening to a lot of the work that she's done, and I realized that I hadn't played a lot of the games that she had scored. But as I was going through, she's kind of a musical chameleon. She's comfortable in so many different styles, and what makes her so adept at being in that role is that she is able to wear those hats without obviously sounding like Yoko Shimomura doing X genre. She's just, this is the X genre composer, and it happens to be Yoko Shimomura. Like she is very good at playing those roles. Kingdom Hearts 2, though, I think she's a very romantic composer, like through and through. Listening to like Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts, even some aspects of Super Mario RPG. Maybe not so much Street Fighter, but she's a very romantic composer. She's very good at drawing out these feelings of longing and nostalgia. Nostalgia in like the traditional sense of that sort of bitter longing and ennui and things like that. But at the same time, she is able to flip the switch immediately and just do something really kind of quizzical and quirky and strange. This Kingdom Hearts 2, there's a lot of really nice use of snare drum, for example, and marimba as well, or maybe vibraphone or xylophone, I don't know. But that was even all the way back into Super Mario RPG 2, to Kingdom Hearts 2. I think I haven't played much further in the series than that, but compared to 1, it's so stellar. The way that she's able to develop the language that she started in the first one. The theme of Twilight Town, which I can't remember the title, maybe Lazy Afternoon or something. It's just perfect. If you know the story of Kingdom Hearts 2, you know what Twilight Town is, and it's imbued in the music. I don't want to speak on it too much because I don't want to ruin it for somebody that just hasn't got around to it. But it's just gorgeous. And not to mention, too, she's one of the very few composers that acknowledges that saxophones aren't just for jazz. So in, what's the first one? Not Hollow Bastion. The first town in Kingdom Hearts 1, that's alto saxophone, not
Traverse
jazz.
Town.
Traverse Town, yes, thank you. And then here in Twilight Town, soprano saxophone, not jazz. And it's just gorgeous. Roxas's theme as well is, it encapsulates that character perfectly. There is not a moment in that melody that is not searching for something, whether it is the intervallic relationships between everything or just the overall affect of it. She is able to do that on par with one other composer that I'm sure we will talk about today, that I will talk about today. She's just incredible. Depending on the day, she might be my favorite game composer alive today. Fantastic. Kingdom Hearts 2, incredible soundtrack. Oh, I'm so sorry. I would be remiss not to mention her arrangements. I know she had help on these, but her arrangements of the Disney stuff are spectacular. The 100 Acre Wood theme is like my favorite in the whole of all of the good Disney music in there. Disney's got some, I mean, you've got the stuff of Alan Menken and Danny Elfman in there. Fantastic. But the 100 Acre Wood theme, the way she orchestrates that gets me every time. It's just so good.
Oh, bother.
That was really good.
Thanks.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Oh no, I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 2, just the first game, but I totally agree with what Rick said about Shimomura being a musical chameleon. And while you were talking about the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, I was thinking like she also did the soundtrack to Parasite Eve, which is so fucking different from this or Super Mario RPG or anything else that you might know her from. So yeah, she just, like you said, I didn't listen to the Parasite Eve soundtrack and be like, this sounds like Yoko Shimomura. It's super different. But yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, Shimomura is definitely a chameleon, as has already been said. It can be varied at the drop of a hat. And how dare... I know you're saying that Street Fighter 2 isn't romantic, Rick.
It's still
but
rips,
Street Fighter 2 is one of the best soundtracks of all time. Not on my list, but easily could have been. Almost very, very much was. And she composed it, and that was really her breakout album. But in terms of Kingdom Hearts 2, I do kind of disagree with the Disney arrangements. I was not too impressed with them. I found them to sound a little lacking, almost like low quality MIDI remixes of them. Not that I have anything against MIDI. I think MIDI's quite good, but when I have the original songs in my mind and I'm listening to what they were in Kingdom Hearts 2, I couldn't get into it. Her original songs and original arrangements, yeah, top notch. Absolutely see where you're coming from. She's like, yeah, she can make two soundtracks that sound completely different and kill both of them. And like, you would never guess she was the same composer. And Kingdom Hearts is one of those works where she once again flexes her muscle on how well she can capture a moment, capture an idea, and capture the setting all in one track. And prime example of that.
I don't want to latch onto this spot for too long, but it's funny you mentioned that. I was looking up earlier if she actually did the arrangements because I wasn't sure. And I found something where she was talking about working trial and error basically to see what would work, because the PS2 just couldn't handle like some sort of limitation, whether it was in the sound chip in the PS2 or just the size of the files. There was like they couldn't do the arrangements that they wanted to, like with full actual instruments, I guess. So they had to pare down a lot of the arrangements. I think Nightmare Before Christmas was one that she mentioned, maybe. But yeah, it's you know what it could have been with current day hardware.
If Pirates of the Caribbean in particular grated on my nerves.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1. I haven't played 2 or anything after that. But I think what you said about her being a musical chameleon is really important to her success in this series, which for listeners who may not know, the Kingdom Hearts series basically is like, what if I could go to all the different Disney movies as if they were different, like, it was a multiverse of Disney, married with Final Fantasy. And to make all of that cohesive, like you're going to pop into one world and you're going to get, the music, as you said, of Alan Menken, but you're going to pop into another world and you get the music of the Sherman Brothers, who did, much, classic old school Disney stuff, and many, many other composers along the way, depending on which Disney properties show up. So not only do you have to have all these different arranged versions of this, classic pre-existing stuff, you've got to have her original compositions all feel like this fits in one shared universe. And so that is talk about like putting a high bar for yourself to clear. I think, she does it very, very well. So yeah, awesome pick. All right. Dave, you're number 8.
Yeah. So we're going to go with a licensed soundtrack for my number 8. And it's not the one, I don't think, that just popped into your head. It is Hotline Miami. Which is an incredible soundtrack. And the thing about the Hotline Miami soundtrack that I want to highlight about why I think it's so damn good is they're licensed songs. You could listen. I mean, they existed before Hotline Miami was made, or they were made around the same time period or whatever. But the Hotline Miami songs, they're all like these really high tempo, mostly really high tempo, like techno vaporwave type stuff. And the thing about Hotline Miami is it's one of the hardest games I've ever played. And you will do these levels, you'll die a lot, you instantly restart after you die, and you're just doing these repetitions of these levels until you finally clear them. And I've never finished the game. It's so difficult. I've never beaten Hotline Miami. And so you go through these levels, you're doing the level dozens of times, and you're hearing the same songs over and over again. And it kind of gets you into this trance like mode of ultimate concentration while this music is pumping in your ears the whole time. And I really love the songs. They are great songs to hear 45 times in a row as you're dying over and over again in these levels. And to me, it illustrates, like, I have another thing. If I decide to go real sicko with a pick, I might pull this other game out later. But to me, it serves to show one of the other purposes of a video game soundtrack, which is to put you in a certain, like, mood as you're playing, or to enhance a sort of feeling other than I'm feeling the emotion of a scene, for example. Because, like, Hotline Miami is super, super violent. It's super bloody. Like, these songs kind of have that vibe, but it's not like we're connecting you with the emotion of the story. We're putting you in a mood, in a zone, as you're going to attempt these levels over and over and over again. So, I don't know anything about what these artists have done outside of the Hotline Miami soundtrack. I hope because this game sold a ton, I hope it got these people, at least, some notoriety, and they were able to make some money off of it. 'Cause I read the developers of Hotline Miami like sat on these like websites and just listened to thousands of songs trying to find the ones that fit their game the best. And the ones they landed on are perfect for what Hotline Miami is. So that's my number 8.
Have not played, have listened to the soundtrack. I have watched bits of gameplay from it, and the soundtrack fits it perfectly. It sounds hot, steamy, sexy, and violent. And I think that's a perfect match for the aesthetics of this game. What I've seen it, how it's been played, it's a perfect match for it.
I haven't played it. I haven't really listened to it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm in your boat, Chris. I played a little of it and found it very, very difficult. And I was just like, this isn't for me. But the soundtrack definitely, is very good. And I'm glad you mentioned licensed stuff. I have a feeling we're probably not going to be having too many licensed soundtracks show up. I mean, I could have just said, hey, it's Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It's just all the hits of the 80s, right? But like I just finished playing Mixtape not that long ago, which, as its name suggests is, this is a mixtape. It's, just cool things, stuff you never heard of, then like Devo stuff and things from the 70s and like all kinds of interesting things, all to a very like laser focused, like put you in a certain mood kind of feeling for that game, which is barely a game. It's mostly just an interactive story where these licensed tracks are meant to help carry the emotion through. But like they are an integral part of game soundtracks, at least as far back as I guess maybe the early 2000s when they could really start putting a lot of these types of tracks into games. And so I'm glad we got a chance to kind of acknowledge that part of the experience. And I don't know if more licensed soundtracks will come up tonight, but I'm glad we got at least one in there. So, all right. So my number 8, this is a very nostalgic pick for me. This is a landmark, huge game that I think, as a gameplay experience, the gameplay of this probably doesn't really hold up anymore. It's pretty simplistic, but man, does this soundtrack vibe. And it is The Seventh Guest. By The Fat Man, who, Dave, because you covered Maniac Mansion, I think, not that long ago.
Yeah.
He did the soundtrack for that. Game composer of that era. I wanted to kind of hit that early 90s CD-ROM kind of era. That was a big part of my youth growing up. And The Seventh Guest is a good Halloween time. Like just you in a haunted house and some great kind of MIDI again vibes. Like sometimes it's spooky, sometimes it's more jazzy, because the game is you're in the haunted house and you're seeing ghostly apparitions reenact the events of a fateful night, which I believe is in the 20s or 30s. So they're going for that sound musically. So it's Disney's The Haunted Mansion combined with the jazz age, and just a very strong soundtrack on this one.
I'm not familiar. And fun fact, the version of Maniac Mansion that I played didn't have music because it was too old, apparently.
Wow.
Old PC games sometimes just straight up didn't have music. So.
Okay, I think he did the one that's on the NES, that soundtrack.
Yeah. I played whatever's on GOG, which I think is an old PC version. But yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm familiar with it, have not played it. All I know about it is that it was the game that should have gotten the glory that Myst got. That's what I have heard about The Seventh Guest, because they came out at the same time.
It should not. The Myst.
It should not.
No. Myst is
okay. So
Myst is
I've
a far
been
superior
misled.
game. Yeah, Myst is Myst deserves its place in game history. Like it remains like a masterwork of like puzzle design. The Seventh Guest is a game. Literally, you're in the haunted house and you just eat in each room. There's basically a puzzle sitting there, like a straight up ask, like here, do a puzzle. Put 8 queens on a chessboard so none of them are killing each other. That's like a high level puzzle
Hmm.
in the set. So you just walk in and each room has its own puzzle. You do all the puzzles, and then as you do the puzzles, you get bits of the story. But that's it. Like Myst is actually a large interconnected puzzle with like real sophistication, and a much better story. So, but they were both like killer apps that were meant to drive sales of CD-ROM drives. It's just,
Yes.
yeah, history has been correctly, I think, far kinder to Myst, as it should be. But I still have a big soft spot for the Seventh Guest because it's just, again, maybe it's just because I like spooky Halloween shit. But like, I spent a ton of time bopping around that mansion trying to solve those puzzles. So. So that brings us to Chris's number 7.
My number 7, speaking of games that people have soft spots for, this is a game I do not have a soft spot for, honestly. But I know someone on this panel does. And it's the first time we will be talking about Nobuo Uematsu today. And it is, I think, the best soundtrack from the series it belongs to, and that is Final Fantasy VIII. I think that this is a standout for a multitude of reasons. I think it shows a lot of variance and exactly what Uematsu could do in terms of his overall direction. Now, very heavy on the synth, but at the same time, it can be epic. It can be catchy. It can capture moments, and overall, I think it's just the best overall composed Final Fantasy soundtrack. And I think in terms of sound quality, it's a notch above Final Fantasy VII. And I know I'm probably going to get some glares on Rick when I say this. It doesn't really try to capture the nostalgia that I think Final Fantasy IX was aiming for, and more captures its own vision and identity uniquely over the rest of the PlayStation trilogy. And it's on a CD quality kind of soundtrack while still being synthy. And I think that's what initially turned me off. When I was younger, I only liked the man with the machine gun. But when I did a recent playthrough it a few years ago, I was like, this is just a very complete soundtrack. I think I've said that a lot about this, the soundtracks I've picked so far. But the theming, the feeling about it. And Uematsu has always been very good about capturing moments within the Final Fantasy franchise, and I think he does that brilliantly here with Final Fantasy VIII across the board. And it can be haunting, and in terms of just this oppressive feeling, especially in the later dungeons, which Uematsu I think is very good at doing as well. And it also has that kind of, I think is cool, but it can be considered pretentious kind of sweeping orchestral Latin singing voice intro that he has with Liberi Fatali. Probably a favorite of many a gamer. But yeah, I think it's the standout in the franchise. Maybe doesn't have the overall best song. Like it probably doesn't have your favorite Final Fantasy song. It doesn't have your favorite Final Fantasy track. But when I go through the soundtrack and I just listen to him, it's like, this is good. This is good. This is good. Fisherman's Horizon is really good. Oh God, I can't remember the name, but the final boss theme I think is better than One Winged Angel. I don't think it's close. And I think in a way it captures, it's like a culmination in a final boss fight that feels like the game wrapped into one, but in ways, when I listen to the song, it has that driving beat, the da 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 da, right before you get into the boss fight that had kind of been foregone in Final Fantasy VII and in the battle theme of Final Fantasy VIII. So in a way, it's almost like a farewell to the series, and like this is a culmination of my work here with Final Fantasy. And I don't know if that was something that was happening at the time, because when you look at what Sakaguchi was going through, mostly because of his disastrous decisions with the Final Fantasy movie, and where Final Fantasy was headed really with Final Fantasy 9 and 10, and Uematsu just becoming more distanced from that franchise overall. I think he left after 11. Who knows what he was thinking when he was composing that soundtrack, but I think it is the culmination. I think it's the most unique one he has made, and in the series, and it's my favorite of that. So yeah, I love it. Final Fantasy VIII is fantastic as a soundtrack.
As a game, I will stand up for that game. It's you hear that story with every Final Fantasy, starting with 6, where he was like, "It's my last one. I'm going to go all out," and then he did, Dancing Mad, and then he comes back for 7. He's like, "All right, this is my last one," and then 8, and then 9.
Yeah.
You can't keep that man away. The Fisherman's Horizon is easily in my top 3 of the whole series, and Man with the Machine Gun. That's one of the coolest battle themes.
God, so cool.
Period. It's like Sega. Yeah. It's like he went to Sega for a week, hung out, and hung out on the beach, and then came back and did a battle track. It's great.
Totally agree.
Dave, thoughts on FF8?
I have nothing but disdain for it as a game, and I don't remember the soundtrack. But I have only played about 3 or 4 hours of it many years ago.
Yeah, I had played Final Fantasy 2/4 and 3/6, and then 7, and then 8 came along. It's like, well, I have to play the next one. And I found the junction system so confounding and like off-putting that I wasn't able to play the game, even though I was very intrigued, because you have characters named Laguna and Irvine, and I am from Laguna. Irvine is the city next door. And I was like, am I going to find out why they picked that? That's weird. But I never got back to it. But I remember people telling me like, yeah, this soundtrack rips. And so it's always been out there as this thing of like, okay, well, now that I'm 46 fucking years old, I think I can figure out the junction system. One of these days I got to pick it back up and play it. And the soundtrack is one of those things where it's like, I have lots of Final Fantasy soundtracks in my like playlist of music I listen to regularly, but not this one, because I don't have the like emotional attachment to it, not having finished the game. So it's like you saying that, Chris, is just one more like reminder of like, I need to get around to doing this. So, all right, Rick, you're number 7.
Okay, I'm making 2 major switcheroos here. Since we're doing Uematsu, I'm going to pull something that was much later in my list. I was going to talk about Final Fantasy IX, and I just kept thinking, like, it's a great soundtrack. The Village of Dali is one of my favorites of all time. It's great, Steiner's theme. But, I've been playing Final Fantasy IV lately, and that soundtrack is spectacular. So I'm going to do Final Fantasy IV. And I was a little shocked by it. I am playing the Pixel remaster, but I'm doing the original soundtrack. That's what I've done for every Pixel remaster I've done so far. It being the first one on the Super Nintendo is a milestone in and of itself, getting the flex on that new hardware. But what Uematsu was able to pull out of that is just, the opening scene with the Red Wings coming in is a foreboding that just hadn't been in the series up until that point. I haven't played 2, and I can confidently say that. And that whole beginning is, and it's funny if you look at the game as a whole too. I mean, it's all gas, no brake for all the good and ill that does for it. The music is a big part in what makes it feel like it breathes in different areas where it otherwise wouldn't. The Red Wings, though, not to get too off track, that whole very foreboding Golbez, when Golbez makes his grand entrance, I mean, he's larger than life despite being less than 100 pixels on the screen. It's insane. Rosa's theme is far more gorgeous than it has any right to be. Palom and Porum's theme, I mean, it perfectly captures what an impish little shit. I get them mixed up. The boy is, and then the musically being reined back by his big sister, perfect. One of the boss battles too is just incredible. And then what really pushed me over the edge with it was when you get to the final dungeon, which, just in case, I won't say what it is, but when you get there, it is. I mean, it's pointillistic and it's dissonant. I don't want to say dissonant. It's not consonant in the way that you would expect video game music to be. It sounds more orchestral, which, I mean, I got to imagine if you're playing this when it was contemporary, had to have just been mind-blowing, because you have this really almost atonal little ostinato going, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop, just tons of octave displacement, and you get this sequenced just half-step, and you get a lot of this crunchy harmony on the Super Nintendo. And it's like, where do you go from there? I mean, obviously he went to 6 and, changed the game forever. But yeah, 4 is just, it bats above its weight class in terms of soundtracks. That, I mean, geez, Rosa's theme in particular, and Rydia's and Palomapurum's, everybody's theme. Freaking-tacular.
Yeah, that soundtrack rules. The game rules too. And the one track that I like, I'm the type of person who always has a song bopping around in their head when I'm walking around, always. And one of the ones that's been there ever since I played 4 is just the generic boss theme. It's not like a special boss. But one of my favorite things about these Uematsu Super Nintendo soundtracks, at least those are the ones I've played, is there was less variety in the soundtracks in these compared to later games in the series, but like they always had like that boss theme. The one in 6 rules also, but like the one in 4 is like, everyone who knows Uematsu knows he's he loves his rock, he loves his metal, he loves progressive music. And that's where he starts to like flex some of those things a little bit before things go wild, like towards the end of games, that soundtrack is great. That game is awesome. Good to see Final Fantasy IV getting some love.
It also, for what it's worth, it not only beat out 9, but also Tactics. Those were the other 2 that I was considering.
Chris, you're holding up a copy of Final Fantasy 6, but
no,
thoughts on
2.
Oh, is that 2? It's hard to see from the. Oh, okay. Sorry,
That's
I couldn't
2.
tell. Your thoughts on the soundtrack.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts on this game, Chris?
No, never heard of it, actually. This is my favorite Final Fantasy game. The soundtrack actually kind of places a little more towards the middle of the Final Fantasy soundtracks, which, for me, that's not saying anything bad about the soundtrack. I think it's phenomenal. But it is more on the middle line of it. But just playing through it recently again, it has a lot of these Uematsu staples that I think became so standard people eventually took for granted, which I think is really a defining theme for Final Fantasy IV overall, just because when it came out, it was so novel and unique. And I think by the time that a lot of us here in the West, in particular, got around to it, a lot of the things that it had established had become almost tropish and standard. So playing music in specific events and playing those themes based off what was going on during that event wasn't something you saw a lot of back then. Usually had the music keep rolling no matter what was going on that theme, and Uematsu really changed the game there in terms of how that was displayed. The use of songs or familiar songs, not even motifs, but actual themings throughout the game is phenomenal. Like Rick was mentioning the theme of the Red Wings and how that's the first song you hear in the game. And it's the song. It's essentially becomes Cecil's theme when Cecil has to face himself at a major plot point. You hear that song played. The penultimate section of the final dungeon plays that theme. It becomes a kind of a theme of hope and inspiration, even though it opens up with kind of this daunting, kind of more oppressive idea. And how that song evolves and how it's used is very special. How each town seemingly has its own theme. Troya has its own theme. Fabul has its own theme. Now, there is a generic town theme that does carry over from town to town. But Mysidia has its own theme. So, like, all these towns have their own themes. And like you were saying, Rosa, I don't know if you're talking about the theme of love, particularly the name of the song title, but there's a reason why that song, now anecdotally, I haven't been to Japan, I can't prove it, but was taught in Japanese music classes in schools. So this is a landmark soundtrack for RPGs as well, and I do appreciate it. Oh, the Battle with the Four Fiends, one of the best boss themes in Final Fantasy. I always get chills just thinking about fighting Rubicante, or whatever variation his name is, depending on the version you're playing. The Fire Fiend. That's one of the best, most entertaining fought battles, and the theme is one of the biggest reasons for it. So I got to commend this pick, Rick. Phenomenal one.
Yeah, you said it, Chris. This is a landmark soundtrack. This was the Final Fantasy game where I got on board with the series. I had seen bits of one, but this is the first one I was like, I had to own this. I had to pretend to be sick so I could stay home from school and play it because I was obsessed with it. It is a wonderful soundtrack. I think this might be the best, like, just basic battle theme of any of the Final Fantasy games. I still think this one just rocks, and you hear it so many times. You know, every time the screen goes and you start a battle, and this thing kicks in, you're like, all right, let's fucking go, no matter how many times. And the overworld theme is also beautiful, just this sweeping,
Yes,
just lush sound. And it was one of those things where, like, I could show my parents because they would find the music of the NES kind of grating, but the more the next generation up chip that the SNES had to duplicate more orchestral sounds, that they could kind of more they could handle that as a more pleasing sound. So I could show this to them and, like, see, these guys are composing real music. Like, it's really something. So yeah, Final Fantasy IV is way up there. It's not my favorite, but it is, a absolutely wonderful soundtrack that showcases all of Uematsu's strengths. So, and I'm shocked, Rick, that you picked this over 9, knowing how much you love 9, which also has a excellent soundtrack. So, Dave, you're number 7.
Well, I had something else here, but we're going to just make this the Final Fantasy block. Just keep this rolling. Final Fantasy VI is my favorite soundtrack in the series. And it's just, I mean, Dancing Mad aside, which is just an incredible accomplishment, especially in a Super Nintendo game, like just going insane for that final boss track. This is just, this is the game. It's a combination of, like, I genuinely like the songs, but it's also the nostalgic angle for me. This is the first Final Fantasy game that I played on the Game Boy Advance. And it's just, I hold a lot of nostalgic memories for like Terra's theme, for example, when you're out on the overworld and you hear that song that feels like it's reaching for something but pulls back before it gets it, like it has this kind of longing feel to it. The boss track, we mentioned the boss track in 4, the boss track in 6, like the just regular boss track is another one of those, like you can just imagine someone going nuts doing a guitar solo instead of, the sounds the Super Nintendo could produce with that. It felt like, I mean, that game has so many characters. It felt like all of them had their own themes. A lot of them are really like, I mean, they're very different based on who the characters are. Like Mog's theme is super different from, Terra's, or the theme in Figaro and stuff like that. Like, it's just, there's a lot going on in the soundtrack. There's a lot going on in the game. And then, yeah, you get to the end and you fight the final boss and you get this insane, epic, like progressive work. Like, I can't speak as eloquently about it as I would like to. I would maybe go check out Rick's Pixel Project radio series, where you guys talked about this song for a while when you were in that episode in this series. But Dancing Mad is, to me, on the Super Nintendo, like maybe the most impressive thing I've ever like heard out of anything on that console. So 6 is my favorite Final Fantasy soundtrack.
It really blows my mind that One Winged Angel gets all of the praise almost, and Dancing Mad is kind of relegated to the more like, I don't want to say JRPG fans because it's not that obscure, but like people who don't play JRPGs know One Winged Angel. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it's approaching like Mario territory, where the parents of, people our age of people who play games know it. That incredible. Not to mention, I know that I think Chris, I think it's you that isn't a fan of this, but I really do think the opera sequence is extremely effective and moving. Especially, I think I'm remembering right, where they like intentionally chose not to give the voice like vibrato, but then they redid that in the Pixel remaster in certain languages only. It's a whole thing. I think it's phenomenal soundtrack.
For the record, no, I do not like. I don't want to say I don't like the opera scene. I don't find it as moving as a lot of people do. I don't care for it as much. However, I do know what you're talking about with the music, and I think the opera scene as a whole is a fantastic musical moment. It's a tremendous musical achievement for the Super Nintendo. It's way up there. And in the Pixel remaster, what you're talking about, I also think was brilliant, because I think they went out of their way to get amateur singers, or they asked professional singers to sound amateur, or more amateur than they usually would, because they are trying to imitate what Celeste would be, because she is not an opera singer. She is a soldier, as she states. So yeah, she's just someone who looks like an opera singer. So that brilliant direction on that soundtrack as well. I also look at Dancing Mad. I don't know. I just think maybe I'm a contrarian when it comes to One Wing Angel. I think it's fine. I think it's good. I don't hold it in the high regards that a lot of other people seemingly do. And I think that's because I had Dancing Mad prior to One Wing Angel. And I think Dancing Mad is much more... I think it's first of all, I think it's a much better musical composition top to bottom, in terms of the setting that it's in, the feeling the music is driving, along with the imagery of the boss fight and the art that you're experiencing. Both very religious in its iconography, but I think one is much more detailed and on the nose, and one goes with the symbolism of the music that goes around with it, with like the fugue kind of tones and the organs and everything like that. And just in terms of being a technical achievement on the Super Nintendo, Dancing Mad is also one of the most technically brilliant tracks on the system. It's just utterly fantastic. So this is one I go back and forth on how much I love. This is one that I maintain 8 is my favorite. Maybe I'm stubbornly doing so from time to time, because sometimes 6 gets in that conversation, it gets into my brain, and it could be there tomorrow if I really want it to be. It's definitely one of the best in the series, one of the best of all time, and definitely one of the best on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, this is on my list. It is higher. I'll say a few things about it now. I'll save a little bit for down the road. But you've been all been talking about Dancing Mad, which, like, I at this time, when did this game come out? 94. So, just not long before that, I learned to play at least the first part of Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor on the piano. Still to this date, probably my favorite piece of classical music. So imagine when I got to the end of this game and it was like, hey, you know that piece of music you love? Holy shit. I fucking did it. I wrote a new one. It is mind blowing, but as mind blowing as Dancing Mad is, not to take away from the rest of the soundtrack, which is also killer. There's so many just wonderful leitmotifs, and we talked about there's this opera section of it. Like, there's an opera section in this game on the SNES. They have this entire sequence where one of the main characters has to, you said, pretend to be an opera singer to try and lure this guy out who's, basically intending to kidnap the real opera singer who they've swapped her in for. The idea of a video game even doing something like this ambitious, didn't even exist. And the fact that they pulled this off on the SNES's hardware is nothing short of miraculous. And the last thing I'll say about it before I'll hold the rest of my Final Fantasy VI thoughts for later is my daughter's name is Celeste, and that's not a coincidence. So, all right, with that, I guess I'll get to my number seven. This is the one I decided I was gonna swap out. So I had ActRaiser in there because I love, another 16-bit soundtrack I love. But I'm gonna put something in there that's more ambitious and that I've had on the brain recently because I literally just recorded an episode on it last Wednesday, this week, sorry, that I'm working on, and that is Shadow of the Colossus.
Ooh.
Oh, great pick.
Man, the opening track to this game is, I think, one of the best composed pieces of music in all of games. This gorgeous thing that accompanies your character wander as he enters the Forbidden Lands. Everything about this is epic. The game has a brilliant soundtrack in that, in large parts of it, it has no soundtrack at all. There's an incredible amount of restraint, and everything else is all emotion and dynamism. So, like, you enter the realm of a colossus, and just this very tentative but like nervous music starts off, but it's quiet. Like, like there's this serenity to it as you observe these majestic things. And then the second you do what you're unfortunately there to do and kill it, then the soundtrack kicks into fight mode dynamically, and will kick back down if you ever try and get out of the fight, or you're back down on the ground or whatever. So on the technical side, it's brilliant, but on the emotional side, this thing is, I mean, the game is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece top to bottom, but the soundtrack by Kao Otani is a huge part of it.
Yeah, I had this at my number one spot. I'm going to swap it out now that I have the excuse. I might think this is the best soundtrack ever made in a video game for the reasons you described. The songs are beautiful, but it's that dynamism that follows you through the different stages of the Colossus fights. And then like you said, the fact that there is no music in other parts of it. you're alone in the world, literally. And then you get in those fights, and the music follows you through all the stages, the triumph. And then, if you know about the story of Shadow of the Colossus, what comes after the triumph of taking the Colossus down deserves its own shift in tone, we'll say. And it follows you through all that stuff, and it really, it doesn't try to do so much, but it crushes everything that it's trying to do with, the musical accompaniment. So yeah, this was, I was looking at my list, and I was like, Shadow of the Colossus is going to be number one. I think it's an incredible work of video game music for, not just the music, but following you through what's actually happening in the game and what's happening in your boss fights and stuff like that.
So I'm going to pretend I'm going to take it off my list because it should have been there. I just completely just forgot about it. Yeah, this should definitely be on my list because you're absolutely right. Both you, Doug and Dave. This is a brilliant. This is an amazing composition, flat out. The Shadow of the Colossus is one of those games that is about showing you and not telling you, and allowing you as the player to piece together the story on your own. And the music does a lot of that heavy lifting. It's taking you along for the ride. If you're playing another soundtrack in the background, like I know a lot of people do, I think you're going to miss out on a lot of the experience that is Shadow of the Colossus. The soundtrack does a phenomenal job of conveying apprehension, conveying struggle, conveying a breakthrough through that struggle, conveying victory, and then conveying regret. And it does that constantly, and informing the player of exactly the cycle and the journey they're on, in addition to the visuals, albeit more subtly if you're paying closer attention. But the music definitely does the heavy lifting and letting the player know exactly what kind of voyage they are on and what is happening. And yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, I didn't give it a fair chance whenever I played it. It's on my to replay list at some point.
I would recommend, if you're going to replay it, do the 2018 remaster version. It is, it's talk about like an impossible challenge for Blue Point. They knocked it out of the park. Yeah. And go listen to our episode on Shadow of the Colossus, which is out by the time you hear this. So, okay.
Hell yeah.
Chris, you're number 6.
This is my only Koji Kondo pick, but I think it's well deserved. I think it's his best composition. It's Super Mario Galaxy. Jesus fucking Christ, what an amazing soundtrack. It's one of those soundtracks that when I first played it, I had to put my controller down and say, this is why I love video games. It's, I still get nostalgic just thinking about it. It captures a feeling of adventure. It captures a feeling of being grounded, but also being ethereal and being somewhere else at the same time throughout almost the entire soundtrack. You're constantly on a journey. You're constantly on an adventure. And there's this sort of whimsy that's captured that you normally get with a Kondo soundtrack. But for once, you're getting something that's fully orchestrated, just unleashing all of Kondo's potential that you just had not gotten up to this point. And it's just like hearing a brand new take on Mario music that sounds right at home and completely fresh at the same time. And I adore it. And it's easily my favorite Mario soundtrack. It's the only one I have on my list. And there's a litany of games from Mario that could be on here as well. But I just think it's unique and it stands out amongst the pack. So that's keeping it brief here. But yeah, I love it.
Yeah, only 2 comments. 1, here, fully agree. 2, the way that the orchestration blooms as you continue to get star bits is massively effective. That alone makes the game I mean, it's also an incredible Mario game. My favorite. Spectacular. Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Dave?
Haven't played it. I've not heard the music outside of,
wow.
Anyone who's done a podcast about it. I've listened to your episode, but I haven't played it.
I will say this is my favorite 3D Mario game, with the asterisk that I haven't played Super Mario Galaxy 2 enough, and I can't remember which one of them I like better, because they're very similar. But Super Mario Galaxy is an utter achievement, maybe the best 3D platformer ever made. It is, it's on my list to like do a replay of. I bought it for the Switch so I could do that, and I was hoping, oh, maybe my kids will get into it with the Mario Galaxy movie. It was about to come out at that point. I wasn't crazy about that movie, but they used some of that music, and I had forgotten of like, oh wait, yeah, this music, it rules. You're combining Mario's kind of classic, major key whimsy, adventure stuff with this slightly more like Star Wars-esque exhilarating stuff, because you're being propelled into the stars. And like, yeah, this fires on all cylinders. This is definitely one of the best Mario soundtracks. I didn't think of this, but it's a great pick. All right. Now we're up to Rick's number 6. Go for it.
Yes. Okay. This one is Ni no Kuni 1. By composer Joe Hisaishi. I think this is great because I think you can tell when a composer is writing video game music versus when somebody is a video game composer, which sounds a little gatekeepy, but maybe we need a little more of that, just in general everywhere. But Joe Hisaishi, I mean, he did the Studio Ghibli. He did most of Studio Ghibli. I don't think he did all of them, but all the way back to Nausicaa, before they were officially Studio Ghibli, which is a phenomenal soundtrack and movie. It's the way that he's able to orchestrate throughout this game does make it feel like a Ghibli movie. It is subtle and refined in a way that I think it's subtle and refined in a way where I think a lot of video games would instead choose to go down the avenue of more catchy and energetic and vigorous. And I think, not to say that he can't do that, and he does, but there's a maturity to the writing that I think, and the scoring, that I think is absent in a lot of other games, sometimes due to the technological constraints. I mean, going back to the Finals Fantasy of the Super Nintendo and the NES, or even the Genesis with Sonic, that's certainly a factor. But I think Shigeichi just scored a work rather than scoring a game, which is a very subtle nuance, but you can hear it throughout the whole track, the way that he's able to capture moments of crisis in this young boy's life, with the emotional maturity that a young boy would have. You know, not always, these deep feelings of loss and regret. There's always that sort of childishness to it, where it's maybe not the most dramatic and maudlin thing in the world, but he doesn't fully understand what's going on until the end. Also, not for nothing, but the main antagonist theme in this has one of the most spectacular buildups and crescendos to a climax of any villain that I've seen in a JRPG. It is just a 3 or 4 minute nonstop, slow, sort of Brucknerian crescendo into this massive blasting, to use another German composer, Wagnerian horn. Or no, I think that's Bruckner that liked the brass. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This huge, just blasting, dissonant wall of trumpet, trombone, French horn, euphonium, tuba blaring into these really crunchy dissonances. That's like you took the Final Dungeon theme of Final Fantasy IV and said, okay, we're going to take that and we're going to add some like late romantic, just dissonance crunch to it. Spectacular. I don't know about the second one. I haven't played it. I've heard very mixed things, but yeah, I mean, Shigeichi, he's a modern master. I don't think there's any two ways about it. All of the film soundtracks, too, for what it's worth, are just everything from the electronic stuff in like Nausicaa to, Porco Rosso and Totoro. It's incredible. And I know a lot of people don't talk about that game because kind of playing it is kind of the most tedious part, because everything else is just so spectacular. It's a spectacular game if you can get past the more tediousness of the combat and the admittedly very bloated pacing.
Haven't played the game, but I am familiar with his work with Ghibli, like you said, so not hard to believe. Well, I believe everything Rick says in general, but especially with this game in particular. So yeah, it's one of those that's been on my Switch, for probably 2 or 3 years now, just waiting for me. I know I'll enjoy the soundtrack when I get there.
Chris, any thoughts on Ni no Kuni?
Amazingly, I have not played it. And it seems like something to be right up my alley, but yeah, never got around to it.
I have played it. I did fall off of it for the reasons you said, Rick, that some of the gameplay stuff of it just I wasn't quite pulled forward by the mechanical act of playing it. But yeah, this soundtrack is fantastic. And the overworld theme is might be my favorite overworld theme in any game of this type. It is just, bring you to tears beautiful. Just really, really something special. So yeah, whether you end up enjoying the game or not, that's the track I'm probably going to use as the clip because it's just moving. So, Dave, you're number 6.
Yes. So my number 6 is honestly, I could choose any game from this trilogy of games to give the same points that I want to talk about. That trilogy is Xenoblade Chronicles, and I'm going to pick Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for the points that I'm going to illustrate for why the soundtracks rule. I think the Xenoblade Chronicles trilogy music is great at two things. Number one, in the game, you're exploring these huge, wide open levels, and they're great at scoring those huge, wide open places, giving a kind of an epic quality too. I mean, in Xenoblade Chronicles 1, you live on the dead body of a titan. Basically, it's the world building is great, and if you think about that, look at these places, listen to the music, it's awesome. The thing that the series sticks with me for, though, is underscoring really pivotal story scenes with really fucking epic music, and the type of music that can uplift a scene beyond the quality of like what's actually happening or what people are saying. Like, I don't think these games have great dialogue writing. I don't think that every scene, every story beat in these games are winners. But the music is telling me that it is, in fact, a winner. This is something worth getting hyped up about. And so the track in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, if anyone's played it, they probably know it. It's called Counterattack. And it is this song that, you know, they time it up really well with like these, you know, these very anime cutscenes where people are yelling their intentions and powering up and getting ready and charging into battle and shit. And some of them are like the cheesiest things in the world, but this music is so serious and epic. It is pushing you forward. And the way that they drop, like, not like the beat, but I don't have the better terminology for it. The way they drop the hammer and the music starts going is so strong. And like this song Counterattack in particular, it has a key change in it. So when they really need to take the scene up a level, they change the key, they take it up. And then you're like, oh shit, things are really serious now. And it's so good at underscoring what is sometimes a very average scene. And they do it for most of the big scenes in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which is a 120-hour game. It's a song you're going to hear a lot. And it never gets old, and it never stops being powerful. And I picked two to use Counterattack, the track, as an example. But Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is full of this. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is full of this, but also references previous tracks in the series because it's like tying up a 3-game long arc with Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So yeah, I have very mixed feelings about a lot of aspects of these games, including how long they are and whether they earn that. But the music in this one, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, was helmed by Yasunori Mitsuda, who's another absolute legend. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is another Yoko Shimomura helmed project. And so yeah, there's a lot of other composers on those teams, and the soundtracks are all like 200 tracks long. They're massive. But I think, you know, it's another one of those where like, I think that these stories are generally like, I think 1 and 3 have pretty good stories. I think 2 is a fine story that's underscored by music that takes it up several levels, in my opinion. So yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is the pick for this particular conversation.
Dave made me change my next pick because it was Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and I would just say the exact same thing he did. So, yeah, everything about it. Mitsuda is a fantastic composer. I'm sure we're going to be talking about him more. In fact, I know I'm going to be talking about him more later. And I know Shimomura was on 1, but I'm pretty sure Mitsuda was on there too. Like all of them are a conglomeration of efforts.
Yeah.
And I think they're more led by a team called Ace. But there's a lot of people who work on these games, all do fantastic work. And I have not played 2 yet, one of my greatest sins, because I think Xenoblade Chronicles is my favorite JRPG of all time. And a lot of that is because of what you said, the music, and how well it's placed, and how just exploring through a wide open field feels so spectacularly special. And how the moments can ramp up at the precise right moment, and how it's heavy, serious shit going on in the theme, and the music is just like a driving rock theme, but it's also emotional at the same time. It can dial it up to 11. So I agree with you. The Xenoblade Chronicles music is fantastic, including X, which I'm seeing that you're not giving any love to, Dave, but I'll forgive you for that.
I tried to play X on my Wii U, and my Wii U could not handle trying to play Xenoblade Chronicles X. So I have it on Switch now. One of these days I'll play it. Fun fact, before Xenoblade Chronicles got localized, I knew about it from the music. One of my friends showed me, like, I don't know, on YouTube or something, showed me the soundtrack and was like, dude, listen to this fucking game soundtrack. And I was like, oh my God, I hope they bring that to the US. And then they did, and I played it, and I loved the soundtrack exactly as much as I thought I would.
Rick, anything on Xenoblade?
No comment on Mitsuda or Xeno right now.
I am Xeno curious. I've never played any of these. They all look very cool and interesting. It's just one of the things where, like, games that large, I'm always like a little tentative about, like, oh man, do I have time for a 100-hour RPG? I don't know. But yeah, I'm looking forward to checking out the soundtrack. I thoroughly trust your guys' recommendations.
Being Xeno curious is much better than being xenophobic.
Yes, good point.
Yes.
Or xenomorphic, I guess. My number 6 is also a JRPG, and I'm going to go with one soundtrack from Motoi Sakuraba, who's most known, for the FromSoft work he's done on the Soul series, composing versions of Carmina Burana 50, 60 times. But this is a very one that shows off the guy's chops and skills and, like, variability, and it is Baten Kaito's Eternal Wings in the Lost Ocean. For the GameCube. This is kind of like the GameCube's version of Final Fantasy X in a way. It's that kind of era of JRPG, and it takes place in a world where this evil god kind of wreaked havoc, and so instead of, like, oceans between continents, all of the continents were, like, basically risen up into the sky while the land below is bathed in this toxic miasma. And so all the people live on these different, like, floating islands and travel between them. And all of the different islands and everywhere you go in there have such distinct musical identities. The Sakuraba is able to really tease out some really interesting stuff while still doing the required JRP job of having great, character themes and leitmotifs and all of that work. But I think this soundtrack has a great deal of personality and variety to it that really marries well with the subject matter, and it's one I enjoy going back to. So yeah, that's my pick. I don't know if you have any experience with it. I know this is a game that, like, people have generally heard of and not played.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Heard of it from you mostly, Doug. Have not played it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've tried to get you to play it. Yeah, I'm like, it's worth your time. It's interesting. Yep. It's weird.
I've played games adjacent to it, but have not played that. Especially Motoi Sakuraba has a similar composition in a lot of the games that he does compose for. I think that's just because of the sheer amount of games that he composes for, which is a ton of it. I can't remember the name of the game right now. Eternal Sonata has a very similar soundtrack to the Baten Kaitos games. Not one to one. I haven't played the Baten Kaitos games. I think what scared me off is I was told it was a card deck builder RPG
Yes.
in the early 2000s. Wasn't exactly something I was looking for at that time. Might be more interested now, but yeah, just was like, what? No. But and Sakuraba had a tendency at that time as well to miss a lot. Not that his soundtracks were bad. It was just a bunch of sound that went nowhere in a lot of the soundtracks that he did. So I'd be interested to give that one a listen, because first of all, like, Sakuraba's boss themes are incredible. And sometimes, like, you can look as he develops as a composer and just see how he grows and just gets better and better as time goes on. So I'm interested in checking it out.
I have no experience. It's been on my list to get to, though.
Yeah, it's a weird game, as you said. Like, it's this deck builder thing, but the way you use your cards in your deck, like, we don't have time to get into all the details of it, but it is very it's a strange system. I was amazed that I clicked with it, because that's generally not my thing at all. So anyway, we'll keep this moving and go to Chris's number 5.
So, like I said, my number 5 was kind of usurped by Dave Jackson and his pick for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So I'm going to go to a fighting game. It was the last game that I had on my list and had to ultimately decide on eliminating it. But it is my favorite soundtrack from a fighting game. It is kind of a deep cut, but it's Street Fighter EX plus Alpha for the PlayStation. It's a fun soundtrack. It's varied. They're not all the same type of music. A lot of catchy rock, a lot of more slow kind of plodding rock, and it's nothing like you'd expect from a Street Fighter soundtrack. There's some like Mediterranean kind of like guitar as well. From what I understand, if you played Street Fighter EX3, it's the same soundtrack, by the way. Like, Arika didn't, they kind of lazily put it together in the sequels. They just kind of recycled it over and over again. But it's an incredibly varied and deep and fun soundtrack. And it's among my favorites. It's not the classic arrangement you get from the original Street Fighter 2. Another one that was really close to being here is Battle Arena Toshinden, because that's another fantastic soundtrack that I think is very similar in the same vein. But I just think this one is a little bit more creative. It's a little bit better composed and a little bit more varied than what you get from a fighting game in general. Because I think with most fighting games, when you get a soundtrack within that singular game, for the most part, they have a similar theme across the board. They may not all sound the same. They might have a unique sound to them, but they're thematically they're congruent. I don't really think that's necessarily the case with Street Fighter EX plus Alpha, and I really appreciate it, even though it's a weird game where you can fight as a guy dressed in a pajama suit with a skeleton on an overlay of it. It's great.
He was my nemesis as a kid. I had the sequel. I had the sequel to EX plus Alpha 2. Overlooked fighting games. Not for not a good reason, but they're interesting. It's an interesting little wrinkle in that timeline.
Yeah, I can't speak to this. My Street Fighter knowledge begins and ends at Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Fair enough. Dave loves fighting games.
Notably, love fighting games. Notably, love the soundtracks, but I couldn't tell you one Street Fighter soundtrack from another one. I just know that Street Fighter music is great.
All right. Then we'll move on to Rick's number 5.
So this was between two games, and I'm almost positive Chris is going to handle the one that I'm not choosing. So I'm going to go with Xenosaga Episode 1. Yasunori Mitsuda is the composer. Fascinating trilogy of games. Messy, a beautiful mess of a trilogy. 4 different composers throughout each of them, I think, or maybe 3. It's very strange, but the first one was the only one done by Mitsuda, and at least at one time he was extremely fond of it, but didn't think that anybody would like it because he scored it purposefully more like a movie. And if you play the trilogy, you can see this very clearly. The first one is very cinematic, whereas the second and third ones, it's a lot of like character dialogue boxes with their faces in the corner and they're just in the engine, whereas the first one is more like a Yakuza. It's directed. And the score reflects that. I'm not going to rehash the points that Dave and Chris brought up with Mitsuda, but it doesn't lend itself to listening to it track by track because so much of it is scene dependent. But the tracks that are the pieces that are that can be standalone, like Margulis's theme is a big one. Albedo's theme is right up there with it's I think Albedo is what Kefka wishes he could be in terms of a crazed antagonist. He's the guy that quotes Shakespeare and does bodily harm to himself solely to freak out a little girl. It's very, and speaks in puns in like 3 different languages. It's insane. That soundtrack is really spectacular. I think it is. It's totally a mix of orchestral and like sci-fi electronic too, which is introduced immediately. He does not overuse the choral thing like Chris was mentioning with One Winged Angel, but he does sprinkle it in there just a little bit as a seasoning, an appropriate seasoning. It's a very cool soundtrack, especially coming right after Xenogears, which was very much like a JRPG, piece by piece, town theme, battle theme kind of deal. Still, I think it's his weakest battle theme, personally. It's not bad, but I think it's weaker than Chrono Cross is, for sure, which personally I would say is his opus so far, but that's just me. Anyways, yeah, Xenosaga 1, amazing trilogy if you ask the right people. And the right people is me. I'm people.
I told Rick this when we covered it on his show. I thought Xenosaga was hit or miss, but it is something that I can very much see why you could find a great fondness for it. Definitely more experimental from Mitsuda, not his typical fare, I don't think. I think it really goes outside the boundaries of what he does. And I can usually pick up on a lot of the similarities that Mitsuda does, especially like when I played Sea of Stars when that game came out. I could easily identify which track was a Mitsuda track.
You listen to
I
Shadow
did
Hearts
not-
2, and within 30 seconds, you're like, oh yeah, this is Mitsuda.
Yep. He's very identifiable. I didn't find that to be the case with Xenosaga whatsoever. I didn't find that that same theming. So I would say it was much more ambitious from him. So I could see the definite appreciation for that soundtrack. Definitely as well coming from someone like Rick, who's more engrossed in musical knowledge and theory. He rolls his eyes. It's true though. You're way more than I am.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not familiar. I mean, I know of the series. My only connection to it is I had a roommate who I remember playing Xenosaga 1, and he was showing it to me. And like, as a Jew, like, this thing shows that, like, the alien device with Hebrew letters on it, and I'm like, the fuck is this?
yeah.
But I didn't end up actually playing the game or the series, so I can't comment on it any further other than having this very, like, brief blush with it.
I don't think this is a spoiler, but Jesus Christ has an in-game model in that trilogy.
So this whole thing is like the Simpsons episode where they dig up the angel. Is that that's where we're going with this? All right. All right. So let's move on. Dave's number 5.
Yeah, I'm going to shift gears. Maybe
Xenogears?
even literally, not Xenogears.
Oh.
My number 5 is F-Zero X for the N64. It is, push come to shove, I might like this more than Ocarina of Time soundtrack if I just had to pick one to listen to for the rest of my life. It is speed metal as you're racing at 4,000 miles per hour or whatever the speeds you're going in that game are. That game is an ultimate, like, childhood favorite. I don't know or care if it's actually a really good racing game or not. I love F-Zero X with my entire heart, and it's honestly 60-70% because the soundtrack goes as hard as it does. And I can probably credit this and maybe a couple licensed soundtracks with, like, my real life music taste. Like, I really like speed and thrash metal in real life, and it got started when I played F-Zero X when I was like 11 years old or whatever. Like, it's just incredible. And I love, what they've done with those songs in the Smash Brothers games, bringing it forward. I wish so badly that they did that F-Zero 100 game with F-Zero X and not the Super Nintendo game, which is a way worse game in my opinion. So F-Zero X, incredible soundtrack. Maybe my favorite on the console.
F-Zero X's soundtrack fucks.
That it does.
No notes.
No,
Yeah.
that's it. It fucks. It gives a blue pill to the Super Nintendo soundtrack, pours gasoline over its dick, and says, let's fucking go.
And the Super Nintendo F-Zero soundtrack is already very good.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
good.
it is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, since all we got to say about it is, yeah, it fucks. So my number 5 was Shovel Knight. I'll take that off in favor of talking about something new we haven't covered yet. And I'm looking at my list here, and my gut is telling me to go with, since this is timely since we're about to get a re-release of this, Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag.
thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long.
Yo-ho, A Pirate's Life for me. This soundtrack rules. Overall, I think the Assassin's Creed games have very good soundtracks. There's a lot about them to like. I think it has become a little bit of like, it's the MCU of game franchises. Like, there's too fucking many of them, and it's become bloated, and there's plenty you can criticize about the series. But by and large, the music from this series has been, not part of the problem. I think these soundtracks are good, and this one from Brian Tyler, who's a great composer of both film, television, and other stuff as well. He absolutely nails the feel of kind of the swashbuckling adventure. Think kind of taking the Hans Zimmer score for the Pirates of the Caribbean movies and kind of cranking it up one more notch. And then kind of we talked about with the licensed music, I'm a sucker for sea shanties. So there's nothing better than like just traversing the high seas with your crew singing these 400-year-old melodies, and then coming up on some fort and then having this incredible score kick in as you just arm your cannons and blast the thing out of existence. Like they absolutely nailed the assignment here.
Yeah, I don't remember this one like particularly, other than the sea shanties, of course. I did play up to and past this, all the Assassin's Creed games. But I'm glad that like with this and then with the Xenosaga game that Rick brought up, like a couple of these kind of more quote cinematic soundtracks get some shine, because I think a lot of us have focused on games that are, maybe not quite like leaning more in like you said, like a track by track, area by area type, level by level, type of soundtrack. But I mean, video games contain a lot of different things, and video game soundtracks can do a lot of different jobs. And so thinking of stuff like The Last of Us or like Ghosts of Tsushima and stuff like that, like those have incredible soundtracks. They're just not the ones that when I'm making a list of all my favorites, they don't jump out straight ahead. But these Assassin's Creed games did have awesome soundtracks for sure.
I've never played a single one. Is this another one like Castlevania where you can kind of jump in at different points?
Basically, it's kind of like choosing your era of like, do you want to play an Xbox 360 game? Then there's like 7 of those. Or like, the more modern ones where they did more RPG stuff. It's like kind of choosing from an era. I guess like maybe don't play one of the Ezio trilogy out of order, but that's again.
I was going to say some of them are grouped together.
Yeah. Again, kind of like Castlevania, there is an overarching story in a lot of Assassin's Creed. Don't listen to anyone who says that you should really care about it.
Yeah, the story of each Assassin's Creed game matters more about like the era that you're flashing back to in history, rather than there is an overarching modern storyline that's become convoluted and nonsense that I stopped following a while ago. But if you feel like, hey, I want to go back to ancient Egypt, then go play Origins or whatever that'll appeal to you. If you feel like being a pirate, go here. If you want to go to the American Revolution, play 3. Like it's the historical tourism of those games like is one of their like the best things about them. It's just like this is as close as you're going to get to a simulator that lets you kind of experience what this world would have looked like, because they're well researched in that regard. But with the piratey music is just it's cool because pirates are cool.
Yeah.
Chris, number 4.
My number 4. This is another one I could have picked multiple entries from this series. Anyone who's played this series, like, I don't think it's the first one that jumps out, but as soon as someone nominates it for any top musical list of anything, people instantly say, fuck yes. So I'm going to go with the entry of the series I think best encapsulates the feeling of it, and that's Ys 8.
Dude, yeah.
Sun's the just right off the rip, when you're able to explore and control your characters, there's a track called Sunshine Coastline, which is such a pretty track, but it's such a fast-paced and moving track as well, and it fits exploring an island while killing things. It's just the perfect track for it. And all tracks are complementary for where you are. There's driving rock, there's music that expresses desperation for the scenes that require it. So, for example, you play as a female character as named Donna in some of the scenes. I can't get into what's going on in these scenes or why, because that kind of ties into the plot. But like there's a great importance as to what she is doing, and every single time the music's playing, it's encapsulating her feelings and what she's trying to move towards and do. And this music shifts over time to get a better feeling of what's going on in the world that it's in. I just remember this one scene, and I can't remember the exact plot ramifications, but they're trying to get across this island. They're trapped on an island. They were shipwrecked, and they're trying to find everybody and then trying to get off the island. Of course, the island has mysteries, and there's a big thing where you may or may not have to save the world, kind of. And like they're sitting at this summit of a mountain, and there's this track called Gendarmes, and it just pulls away from the mountain as this track is just ripping, and it shows like you're about to just go in, and just like you hear this guitar go, it's just like driving the entire time. I'm like, oh my god, this is so badass. I am ready to kill whatever the fuck they throw at me, and it's just going to be such a good time. You could say that about any Ys game, I think, because Falcom JDK, which I think is the name of the band, because it's a collaboration of various artists that they have housed at Falcom themselves. They're so fucking good. And the Ys series is where they really put on the shine and polish. And I think, like I said, Ys is the exclamation point for the series. Because I could say Ys 4 is fantastic, Ys 3 is fantastic. I think personally there's tracks on both of those soundtracks I love more. But yeah, Ys 8 just nails it. It just fucking nails it. It is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's another game that I think the story is good. It's fun. I think the combat is fun. But it's not great. It's pleasing to play. But the music takes it up to 11. Like just the experience of playing Ys 8. It's so fucking good. And this soundtrack, there's like 4 or 5 songs that are on my like lifting weights playlist, because it's like Chris said, it's fast, frenetic rock with like guitar solos and shit. It's awesome. And it's another one of those that, like, if this game had an average soundtrack, I would have liked it, probably, maybe not finished it. It has an awesome soundtrack though, and I loved the game because of it.
It's delightful. It's one of those games that the soundtrack just raises it up that additional notch.
Yeah.
I'd like to get to it eventually. I think 8 was the one you recommended I start with. Both of you, actually.
Yeah, sounds about right. It's the only one I've played, so if it came from me, probably.
Yeah, I've only played, I think it was 3. Whatever one was on the SNES. That's the only Ys game I've played. I remember beating it and liking it, but that's my dimmest recollection of it. I have not otherwise touched the series. So, but if I trust your guys' recommendations.
That is the Zelda 2 of the Ys series.
It plays kind of like Zelda 2, as I remember. It's a side scroller. Yeah.
The rest of them are not side scrollers.
Okay. So Rick, you're number 4.
Ooh, okay. My number 4 is a real toe tapper. I chose Drakengard 1. People hate this soundtrack. And I guess, well, I was going to say I am, but I guess Dave and I both are here to tell you that you're wrong.
Yes.
Here's the thing. The soundtrack, how they did it, and forgive me, I actually don't know who was the composer. The wiki is telling me, what does it say? Nobuyushi Sano and Takayuki Aihara, I think. Apologies, I'm not familiar. But what they did was they took this notion of this game being exceedingly unpleasant and grotesque and sort of, well, to borrow a term that I quite like from Chris, morally bankrupt. And they wanted to inspire that feeling in music. So what they did was they took many works by composers, Shostakovich, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, Holst, and they chopped up pieces of recordings and spliced them together. Like they cut up a puzzle and put it together in a different way, sort of like those cool stained glass experiments that you can do. And not only that in and of itself is an incredibly creative way to compose music, but what it does is it takes dissonance and discordance and quote unquote noise, ugly sounds, and puts them to a rhythm. And this is approachable. Like I'm thinking of like contemporary composers like John Zorn. This stuff is nothing like that. Aaron Rodgers and her saxophone percussion duo Pope Bama that I don't think is active anymore. But like this is approachable compared to that, but it still gets you to think about what music is. I mean, to use that super trite analogy again, because it's not singable, it's not hummable. You can't dance to it, but it is a creative composition process, and it does elicit the feeling that it aspires to. And once you put that hat, once you learn to wear that hat of like listening to music that isn't quote unquote pretty, it opens up just a multiplicity of avenues to go down of really creative works. And I mean, you pick any tune off this soundtrack, any track off of this OST, and you're going to listen to it and you're gonna be like, what the hell is this? But it's effective is what I'm saying. And it's just so stinking cool. I think it's a phenomenal success. I think it is so creative and rude and agitative. It's great. The game stinks, which is also great. It's a chore to play.
Yes. So for those who have not played Drakengard, it's a third-person action game, kind of like a Dynasty Warriors, but much worse than a Dynasty Warriors. Yeah. And the levels are 3-4 times as long as a Dynasty Warriors level. And so you're just going to be fighting hundreds of the same guys without any change for sometimes 30, 45 minutes. And the music, kind of like Rick said, not only do they chop these songs up and put them in kind of unpleasant ways, there's a lot of the songs that just, you'll get in the groove of like the rhythm of it and you expect it to go somewhere, but it doesn't. It just keeps repeating the same shit over and over.
If you've ever been stuck in traffic and got into the groove of like your turn signal vibing with your engine,
yes,
it's that.
It's that.
It's hypnotic and it agitates you to no end.
Yeah, and it's super unpleasant, and then they'll switch it for like a couple measures, like a flute will come in or something, and then they go right back to that shit that you just listened to for 2 straight minutes, and it's genius because in the game the character you're playing is insane. After killing untold thousands of people and losing every battle that they fight, and there's this like perfect harmony to me between how insane the music makes me feel, coupled with how insane playing the game makes me feel, coupled with what the character is like as a person. And by the time people hear this episode, my episode on Drakengard on Tales from the Backlog will be out, and we spend a good while praising the hell out of this soundtrack and kind of laughing at the idea of like I take music breaks in my show and just laughing at like people who don't know, like we're so excited to talk about the music and people are like, that's the worst music I've ever heard. But within the context of the game, it's one of the best soundtracks. And this is one of those things I was going to pick as an example to show, I'm glad you picked it, Rick, that video game music can do a lot of different things besides be catchy or be powerful or memorable or something. It can drive you insane to effect, and I think Drakengard is perfect soundtrack wise. Gameplay wise, not perfect, but soundtrack perfect.
I have not played this, and based off conversations about this game, I will live vicariously through you.
Agreed. That's yeah. Again, I'm curious to hear what this sounds like, though. This idea of this like pastiche of different composers sounds very intriguing to me. So, all right. With that, we'll go to Dave's number 4.
Ooh, I got on Drakengard and I was unprepared for this. Let's see. Number 4. Here's a series that always has awesome music. My number 4 is Ace Combat Zero. Ace Combat is, at first glance, you're just like, yeah, it's a plane game. Who gives a shit? And then you play an Ace Combat game, or at least my experience is you play an Ace Combat game, and yeah, it's a plane game. It's really fun to dogfight and shoot down planes and stuff like that. But also the stories are kind of insane, and the composition for Ace Combat has no right to be as cool as it is. They could have really phoned it in with, just give me something up tempo while you're fighting up in the sky. But the composer for the Ace Combat series, primarily, I think it's Keiki Kobayashi is the name, who does the soundtracks, or has for a long time, at least since the PS2, is just taking the opportunity to, while you're doing epic shit up in the sky, surprise you with epic shit that pops out in the soundtrack a lot of times. But I specifically chose Ace Combat Zero because they really switch it up in the title track Zero, which is the final mission of the game, which is it's like a flamenco guitar and like tap percussion type thing that grows and swells into this massive choir and then like falls away to a single vocalist doing like this beautiful melody while you're fighting someone one-on-one in the sky. It's it's got like Metal Gear Solid vibes in the story sometimes, and then all that stuff falls away and the tapping starts back up and the flamenco guitar comes back in. It's just really, really cool, non-standard for a fighter jet fighting game series. And they constantly do this. I'm now like obsessed with the series. And it's another one where like the gameplay is really fun. I like playing the games. The stories are fun to follow along with. The music elevates it to the level where like, Chris and Brick, I've constantly shared Ace Combat songs in your Discord servers because the music's so fucking cool. And I always tell people, like, if you listen to a song, just imagine this shit playing while you're in a intense aerial battle. It's just very, very awesome. Consistently, I can't wait for Ace Combat 8 later this year, partly because I want to know what they're going to do with the music this time.
Ace Combat music fucks.
Indeed it does.
I found out Ace Combat through I think it was Ace Combat 6 went for this 360, which I think is still 360 exclusive.
Yep.
And the track that really drew me into that game was a track called The Liberation of Grace Maria.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic track. And then I found all the other tracks. I haven't played the other ones. I tried playing the first Ace Combat, and it didn't draw me in. It's also a very different game than the rest of the series, the first two. And then they kind of established what Ace Combat is, starting with Electrosphere, Ace Combat 3, which is way different in Japan than it is here in here in the States. But I think like it's wild how I think the music even connects over the series, the lyrics, and I think the PlayStation 2 versions of the games themselves actually articulate the story of the series and how they all connect.
They do.
If I remember correctly, it's really cool. Also, somehow I saw a plot synopsis where someone said that it started with the Big Bang and then just went on a completely conspiracy theory riddled rant, and people were like, that can't be true, and people were like, no, that's the plot of Ace Combat, believe it or not. I don't know if that's true or not.
It's true.
Okay,
no,
Dave's saying
100%
yes.
true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. But yeah, the soundtrack fucks, and Zero is a brilliant one to pick because Zero is a great track, and that's all in my mind. Yeah, great series. Anything you picked, I would agree with.
Rick and I think we don't know this one, right?
Yeah, I do not.
Nope. Okay. All right. So then I guess we'll just move on. My number 4. This is one, Rick, I had the pleasure of discussing on your show. It is Hollow Knight.
I knew it.
Yeah, this is a soundtrack. It was one of those things where like I listened to it so much, again, just kind of when I'm just working. Like it's such a go-to one for me that like, how do I not put this in the list? And it's beautiful, it's intricate, it's delicate, but also it's one of those things again where they kind of marry like melancholy and whimsy together that kind of fits the cartoonish style of that game. So like it's one I keep going back to because I just every time I hear it, I'm just like, brought into the world of Hollow Nest, and there's something about maybe the fact there's just so many fucking harps through the whole thing. You're just constantly like plucking and plucking of harps everywhere and strings that just makes it really feel just sophisticated and interesting.
This is just like Joe Hisaishi. Christopher Larkin is a composer who just happens to be doing video game stuff. It's really superb. What stood out to me, and I know I'm repeating myself to you, Doug, but what stood out to me is how parsimonious but deftly he uses orchestration. Like it's very string heavy, it's very harp heavy, piano, like you said, but it just seems like he knows exactly when to put in a clarinet or an oboe and when to let them pass around. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. I intentionally left this one off because I knew you would talk about it.
I'm glad you did because it takes a little bit of pressure off of me when narrowing down my last picks, but it was Hollow Knight or Silksong could have been on my list also. Same composer, same beautiful top shelf stuff. Yeah.
Never played it.
I'm surprised to hear that.
Oh, you're missing out, man. It's good. All right. Well, then I'll just move on to your number 3.
I have a feeling this is on other people's lists, so maybe I'm ripping a Band-Aid off here. And this probably should be one up, but I put it at number 3 because the one I have at the top, I don't want to talk about those two games back to back and you'll see why for specific reasons I also might be. I'm not breaking a set rule Doug made, but is a rule that Doug did make. But that's now they say that will give away what my number 1 is. But my number 3 is the best soundtrack on the PlayStation 1. Like, just the best soundtrack on the PlayStation 1, period. And that's Chrono Cross. It's Mitsuda's. Rick already said it. It's Mitsuda's opus. I don't even know where to begin. This. I'm secure enough in myself to admit that I do cry in video games from time to time. But the very first time I do remember crying at a video game was I had just bought Chrono Cross for the PlayStation and booted up that game. And Scars Left by Time is the song that goes along with the intro theme. And seeing that, and it's like, we have a fucking sequel to Chrono Trigger. And I was like, this song is beautiful. This intro is beautiful. And it was like, oh my God, as the constant internet meme is, we're back. We are so back. But it was like, it was just such a punch in the gut in such a loving way. Like, punch me again, daddy. That's how I felt when that song came out. And I just heard it. And I've listened to that song over and over and over again. But that's just scratching the surface. The depth of the composition that Mitsuda goes into in the soundtrack is just masterful. He captures everything perfectly. It's the perfect overworld theme when you go into the second world. Just kind of capturing this feeling of eerie unfamiliarity and needing to find yourself in more ways than one. Not to mention that the tracks for all the towns are just very calm or fun and kind of boppy, but when it needs to be serious, it hits the notes perfectly, and it is indistinguishably Mitsuda. This is total Mitsuda through and through. Every single track you listen to, you're like, Mitsuda, Mitsuda, Mitsuda. As different as they are, as varied as they are, it's trademark him, and he never does better than this. And it's amazing. I love all these soundtracks, by the way, but this is a stellar effort here.
That I also left this off because I knew you would bring it up. That game's greatest trick on the player is putting the girl who stole the stars behind an optional event. And I'm pretty sure it only happens in that scene. And it's just quietly one of his most profound works. That I wholeheartily agree. It is the best the PlayStation 1 has to offer in terms of soundtracks. It's a masterpiece.
Radical Dreamers, I think it's the ending theme, is another beautiful track. It's a vocal track, It's just
Oh,
guitar and vocals.
I thought you
and
meant like
that's
the
all it
guitar
is.
solo that like Nikki plays.
No, it's not guitar solo. No, yeah, you know what I'm talking about now. But like, and it's a callback to the game that it was ultimately inspired by. Um, I don't know. That's another soundtrack I did have as a kid and listened to repeatedly. Just yeah.
I have not played it. Just heard the music through most recently Rick's Pixel Project radio series as far into it as I listened because I do want to play the game someday. But yeah.
Yeah, I actually have been holding off on listening to that episode of Pixel Project Radio because I do want to play this at some point because I like Chrono Trigger a bunch. And I know this is, it's a sequel, but it's quite different, in a lot of ways that I know from its predecessor. But
Mm-hmm.
I would expect the sequel to have exceptional music. I have not, that's again one of my list of things to get to. So hopefully this is the push that gets me to do it. So Rick, what is your number three?
Oh man, I have this one. It's like a three-way tie between three, and I can't decide. I haven't decided even as I'm speaking, but I think, geez, sorry, Stellar Blade. I think I'm gonna go with Nine Souls. Actually,
Ooh.
which is it is a game that I started and hated a little bit, like mildly hated, and I think now I would call it one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's spectacular. The music, like, and whether I picked this or Stellar Blade, or 3D Dot Game Heroes was the other one I was thinking about. No matter which one I picked, I think I would put those like on the lower end in terms of which ones I like the most, just preference. But what makes Nine Souls so cool is that it uses a mixture of electronic instruments, acoustic instruments like violin, cello, viola, as well as traditional Chinese instruments. And you can see this recording process done on YouTube. They have a whole like 5-minute behind the scenes thing where you get like footage of them in the studio recording this stuff. And one, they do it appropriately. Like it's not, sometimes you think of like, oh yeah, we use Chinese instruments, and it's just like real prominent feature, and it's like the cliche like desert melody. I know that's not Chinese, but Nino Kuni does that, much to my chagrin. But they do it in a way that's tasteful, where it doesn't call attention to the technique. It just serves the whole composition. But also, each individual character and area, whether it is whether they are, really macho and like war driven, or whether it's a sciencey area, the music is tailored to that. So in the former, the macho, war dude, totally buff, big buff legs and cheeks that you get to see. That's like the one time there's like a ripping guitar solo out of nowhere. And then there's another person who is far older than you would imagine, and a pretty mystic. And the harmonies they use in the choir is just wild. It does some really interesting things, and of course, all blending a lot of these traditional instruments. It's I do think that some tracks are significantly better than others, and I think a couple are forgettable. But I think it's just all done so tastefully well, and it gets very aggressive and belligerent only when it needs to, and then somehow it goes into like like a half of a lo-fi thing at the end, and it's very cool, very unexpected. Yeah, it's a brilliant game. Very cool soundtrack too. Not a lot of information online about it. I had a heck of a time finding really any talks about how they went about doing this. Just that it was credited to somebody that goes by the alias FXX, I think.
Yeah, I don't have any more details about, the soundtrack or making of it, but it's fantastic, and it's notable to me because Red Candle Games' previous two games were like straight up horror games that had straight up horror game, soundtracks or scores or whatever. And so Nine Souls is the first time you really heard anything approaching melody out of one of their games other than the little girl singing in Devotion. And it's great. That game is so good, and I feel like it's Hollow Knight level good, that game is, and it just doesn't have the attention, doesn't have the spotlight that Hollow Knight has. Maybe because Red Candle's previous game got delisted from all the platforms, but it's incredibly good. I'm glad you came around on it, and you talking about the way they did the soundtrack made me think back to it a little bit. It's really excellent. And it's not, I've talked about a lot of like in your face soundtracks. That one's not really, but it's just perfect for what the game is.
I need to get to it because I love Red Candle Games. I loved Devotion. I liked Attention.
Yeah.
So it's definitely on my short list of when I can ever get to that.
Yeah, I liked Devotion as well, and I do have this. I just haven't. I think maybe because the discourse around it was that it was difficult. I was like, I don't know if I'm in the mood for something that's spicy right now, and so I just haven't played it. But I believe you that the music is great. So okay, so we're up to Dave's number 3.
Yeah, similar to Rick, I'm looking at about a 6-way tie for the third spot because the top two are pretty much spoken for unless someone else snipes one of them.
You can, by the way, you can have the same as somebody else. You don't have to.
No, I know,
swap
but it's an
anything out.
excuse to talk about more games, which I'm
Right.
I'm up for. So I think with number 3, I'm gonna go with the other licensed soundtrack that I wanted to talk about, which is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Hey.
Tonight that we got the truck, we're going downtown, gonna beat up drunks. You're to the drive, I'll bring the beer. It's a late ship, no one to fear. And ride, how we ride. And ride, you ride. It's a roundup time with a good horse beat. We're gonna drive one screaming off the street and ride, how we ride. Uniform and a silver badge. Play cops for real and play cops for pay. Let's ride, ride.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. I'm not picking between the two of them. I just, these are, if you could point out one thing that defined my taste in music, it's the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater soundtrack. It's not, the radio I was listening to at the time. It is this, because I when I was a kid, I just bounced around through what was on the radio on the school bus, basically. So like, Will Smith and whatever was popular in the mid 90s. And then when I played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, it's like it just locked into place. Like, oh, I love Goldfinger now. And what's this song with the and it's it's the Dead Kennedys. What's the Dead? I thought the president. They named their band after the dead president. Okay, keep in mind I'm literally 11 when I'm playing this, and it just opened up a world of music to me. And so, and fun fact, I played this on the N64 when I was a kid, which meant I got 30-second loops of the songs and not the whole songs. So I didn't know what any of the songs' full thing sounded like. I didn't know that some of these songs had words until like much, much later. And so, yeah, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, like defining my taste in non-video game music. Great. But also kind of giving you that window into like music surrounding skate culture, which is not my culture at that time, nor was it ever my culture. I don't know why I said it like that. But just kind of giving you that window, and in listening back and hearing more about like how lovingly made or how lovingly curated those soundtracks were back then to give you that hit of what the culture was, from Tony Hawk and from the other people involved with it. Yeah, I've got a lot of things to say about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I feel like we covered it on King of Games pretty extensively, but the soundtrack, I couldn't do this episode without talking about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
He really did have its finger on the pulse of the culture. You'd say it defined it.
Some would say it invented skateboarding. Isn't that right, Chris?
It's fine.
I can't speak to this soundtrack specifically, but there is something about like when you build an association with music when you're young.
Yeah.
Certain types of music. Like I'm dealing, like I said, I've got young kids. They're 7 and 10, and like I want them. Right now they're still a little too young. They kind of really they like the music they like, and anything Dad tries to show them is immediately lame by virtue of it being something I tried to introduce them to. But like if they see a song in a movie they like, they're all about it. So like we watched School of Rock, and so all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, like like my son was like, I want to hear that Deep Purple song. I'm like, oh, you like Smoke on the Water? And the problem is like it's still locked to the movie. Like he was fine with hearing Smoke on the Water, but I'm like, do you want to hear this other song by whatever there's a bunch of bands in that movie that they do songs from. I'm like, why don't you try this? He's like, no, just that song. I like this AC/DC song that they do, but none of the other songs that AC/DC does. So there's still something about like a collection of songs that go with a work that you have affection for that just it becomes like yours. Okay, my number 3. This might be recency bias, but this blew me away. I think, and I know at least 2 out of the 3 of you were very impressed with this soundtrack as well from listening to your episodes on it. Clair Obscur.
Les lames vacarmes s'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave, dom guardiam, dilim, didididilam, lutes sera dodilom, seram, dim, dim, da, 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 dim, da, 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 dim, da, di, dam, dim, dim, da, 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 dim, da, 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 dim, da, di, dam. Dans là-haut sera ravi, les toits à sœur noir gris fera. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Ô clair, obscur, trouble, rature, clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures.
This music, I mean, everybody knows the story now that like the composer Lorien Testard was plucked from SoundCloud obscurity and given this assignment, which he, just utterly crushed with flying colors. But like we talk about music conveying emotions in games or any other media, and like this is one of the most emotional games in the last generation. And like this music is profoundly sad. It is profoundly beautiful and therefore profoundly French. But it is just exquisite. Like you can picture this, like you want to hear like a full orchestra play this. This guy just like every musical grace note, every selection of every instrument at every point in this entire soundtrack. And it's a big soundtrack. That's, many, 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 many tracks to this entire soundtrack. This level of quality over that much music is nothing short of extraordinary. So, yes, I'm going with Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the full title.
it's really tempting to be contrarian to stuff like this that gets so popular, but I just can't, with this soundtrack. I mean, the most criticism I personally give it is that I think his like more orchestral focused things are comparatively pretty weak, but I mean that's due in part because the stuff that's not, the lo-fi beats to parry to, I can't remember the actual name of it, or Monoko's theme. Obviously, there's very, very unique, fresh. It's great pick.
Yeah, and it's got all the moods, right? Like it's got the big epic, rock boss fight songs. It's got the saddest fucking songs you've ever heard. It's got really playful songs. It's got multiple songs with talk boxes in it, which is something that you don't hear too often in video game soundtracks. And, it's got over 100 tracks in it, and it really feels like how sometimes a band's debut album will come out and you'll be like, oh, this is like all the shit from their whole lives leading up to this album, and they just fucking crush it with the first album. And that's what this soundtrack feels like to me. It's like this person's whole life of musical composition. All the ideas went into Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. And I'm not like, sometimes the band's follow-up album is like, oh, well, we used all our good songs on the first one. Now we have to write 12 brand new ones. I'm not really worried about that with Lorien Testard, but it has that feeling of just like, this guy had ideas for years and years and years and years, and they all went into this game.
I have actively avoided it because I've heard how good it is. So when I actually get to playing it, I got myself a physical copy, appropriately from Europe. I think I want to be completely taken by surprise. So
that's fair.
When I first got it, like, I think I was in the middle of playing something else and was like, well, I was like, 4/5 of the way through that game, whatever it was. I was like, well, I got to finish this before I start Clair Obscur. But I could pop open the soundtrack, which I did do. And like, I could tell immediately, I was like, oh, this is on another level. This is very high quality stuff, but it was divorced from the context of the game. So it definitely was like, it was still lacking a little bit. Once you know the full story and sweep of the game and where all of it fits, it hits much harder, as you would expect. But even just but I agree. I think you're right, Chris. I think you want to go in as cold as you can to really get the full experience out of it. But you're up for number 2. What's your number 2 track?
This one's not going to be, to anyone who knows me, this is not going to be a shock, and there's probably a ton of bias behind it because this is for my favorite game of all time. My number 2 is Streets of Rage 2. And I really struggled between this and Streets of Rage 1 because in terms of quality, they are neck and neck. But I think Streets of Rage 2 just edges it out. For those who are unaware, beat 'em up game for the Sega Genesis, composed by the legend Yuzo Koshiro, which was briefly mentioned by Doug here when he said ActRaiser, because Yuzo Koshiro did the soundtrack for ActRaiser. That shows some flexing and variability between these two tracks because they couldn't be more different. But Streets of Rage 2 actually has a lot of variety within the soundtrack itself. Even within the first level, you got that more kind of driving house techno beat, which is what Yuzo Koshiro was into at the time. He actually samples a lot of lesser known bands, I think we would call them nowadays, or lesser known groups, It samples a lot of them and puts them into the game. Almost blatant rips of some of them, but like I think he's like even admitted that like I was totally inspired when I put these in there. I just thought they were cool. But it goes from this like really driving house mix, and then you're in like a lounge bar and it's just kind of this more jazzy tune before going back into like this more rock techno for a boss theme where you're fighting the bartender at the end of the first level. And just a lot of house techno that I think is just really flexes, like Sonic the Hedgehog 3, flexes that FM sound chip on the Sega Genesis and just makes it scream, makes it sing, probably better than anybody had when the Sega Genesis was a contemporary console. No one could get sound out of that system like Yuzo Koshiro could. And you could say that about any console that Koshiro composed for. He knew how to get the best sound out of any chipset that you would play with. He did have an experimental phase, but Streets of Rage 2 was not during that phase. And I can't think of a theme in that game that I look at with disdain. It's just a rocking time all the way through. And I think in genres like beat 'em ups, if like we've said this about games in general, but there are certain genres where you need a fantastic soundtrack in order to keep the player engaged just because of how repetitive they can be. And one of them, and there's shooters or shmups, and the other one is beat 'em ups. And if you don't have something that can engage people in a manner that, you know, kind of takes them out of that repetitive nature of kind of getting into a rhythm and then really gets you into an actual rhythm with the music that's playing in the background, like that's what you got to do. And Streets of Rage 2, I think my favorite game of all time. I think it's the best beat 'em up of all time, and really the biggest reason for that is Yuzo Koshiro's soundtrack. And yeah, that's why it's my number 2. My favorite game of all time. Yeah, it's got to be somewhere.
Is he still composing?
Yeah, he just did. He made a game last year, Eartheon, and he composed the music for it as well.
Not only did he make a game, isn't that game actually playable on like a Sega Genesis?
It was developed for the Sega Genesis, yes. The Eartheon isn't out on the Genesis yet. They're still working with it, but it will be released on the Genesis.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. And I think I agree. I don't know Streets of Rage 2 specifically, but I think you said something really key, which is for like, yeah, shmups and beat 'em ups. Like you need that rocking soundtrack to really like make it work. It's like, give me something in a Joe Citrani and put him into this arcade cabinet, you know, something like that. Like the one that popped in my mind, like I don't have it on my list anywhere, but like Turtles in Time.
That's
you know, stuff
that's
like that.
Fantastic soundtrack too. Just really good.
Yeah, like something like that, where it's like, you know, it just makes you feel propelled through the game.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, Rick, you're number 2.
Okay, my number 2, I am giving to a game called Lisa the Painful. Which I know a couple of you know. Doug, I don't know if you know this game.
I only know it from hearing people talk about it on podcasts.
I don't remember when it came out. It came out like 2017 or 2016, 2015 or so. If you look at it, you might think, okay, this is a Earthbound like, or a lot of people say this is an Undertale like, even though Undertale came out after. But it looks like that. And the soundtrack, if we go back to talking about Drakengard, about how that game is, that soundtrack is intentionally like antagonistic and feral, or no, I was going to use feral for Lisa, but like Lisa is also rude, but it's more like crude, and there's like an impish humor to it. Like it's intentionally discordant and ugly, but it also kind of laughs at you while it does it. And there's more melody to that game too. There's a lot of prettier things. There's a lot more groove. They very famously they sampled the grunt from Doolin in Shenmue 2 and made it like its own beat, which is pretty funny. But it is unique. It is a very unique soundtrack. It is ugly but beautiful. It's great. It's one of my favorite games of all time too.
I think Rick's also kind of underselling how earwormy that soundtrack can be. Like there's a lot of genuinely very catchy and like really like traditionally great, songs on there. It's a really good soundtrack. But I agree with you. It can also like make you feel really uncomfortable, and it can do all of those things in like the drop of a hat too if it wants to.
It's really weird to have something stuck in your head that like is like there's no pitches to it. It's just like you're going around like pretending to grunt like that guy because you're like, I can't get it out of my head, but I also can't even make that sound.
Yeah. If Doug, if you're, I don't know, Rick has final say, but if I were making the decision, it would be that would be the song for the, if you're going to play a song from the game, it's called Work Harder, and it's so against all odds the catchiest song ever made.
Yes, it's so good.
Noted.
I like how you can. I like how in this instance sometimes the composer's vision can be such an alignment with the developers. I don't know if they're the same person. If they are, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's when you can tell like they have a perfect alignment for what their vision is, because the way that you describe the soundtrack is exactly the way you can describe the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's rare that you have a creator who also is, has musical composition talent. That's, not saying you can't be good at two things, but having those exact two things under your belt. Like I think of like John Carpenter, right? Does all of his or most of his music for his horror movies, right? Like you can tell like he's perfectly married this stuff to his work. And so I can think of like there's also been games where it's like a one-stop shop, like Axiom Verge, where that's a great soundtrack for a pretty good, damn good game. And like to have that, as you said, Chris, that clarity of vision of like I know where all of the pieces fit here. That doesn't happen very often, so it's really interesting to see what happens when it does. Okay, Dave's number 2.
Okay, was difficult for me to pick which of these two games from this series to be the representative on my list. But I'm going to go with the first Nier game for number 2. Nier, aka Nier Gestalt or Nier Replicant, depending on which version you played. Could have easily been the Automata soundtrack, but I'm going with the first game. I just think there's a bit more richness to the soundtrack. I was going to say there's more melancholy, but they're both sad soundtracks. I think there's a little bit more variety and more of a foreign, weird feeling to the soundtrack of the first game. Thinking about like when you walk into the Airy for the first time and the music just hits you with this wall of very unfamiliar, kind of off-putting, but it's like a very pleasant song, but it's weird. And I think the first game just has a bit more of that while also having super melodic stuff, super sad stuff, some exciting stuff, of course, too. Keiichi Okabe's Nier compositions are incredible, both of the games, but if I got to pick one game, I'm going to go with the first one. And I'm if you would have caught me a year ago, I think I would have gone with Automata, and I've said the name of that game 2 different ways now. I'll see if I can find a third. but I think I'm really just this one stuck with me more and more, even after I replayed Automata recently. This is it's a brilliant soundtrack, and it's one of those, I said like songs can connect me to emotions. It's not necessarily gonna make like something where it's like the sad scene and the sad song, or like the powerful scene with the powerful emotion. But this game, Nier, is one where if you listen to some of those songs and you remember some of the events of the scene, if you listen to Emil's theme or something like that, I'm like, fuck, this soundtrack is as good as it gets.
Yes.
The Song of the Ancients still stops me in my tracks every time.
Yeah.
Which one is
And-
Song of the Ancients?
The one that Devila sings and plays guitar / lute, whatever that
Oh,
instrument.
in the town.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's in my head right now. And I love how it's dynamic, and her voice gets louder the closer you get to her.
Mhm. The soundtrack, like, that's a good way to put it, Rick. Like, some of these songs have the power to stop you. I remember walking into areas and the song hits, and I stopped walking and just kind of sat there and just took it in. Like, that's not, I mean, you can't take that for granted in a video game.
I would also say it's a soundtrack that it never puts you at full ease. It's an action game. I guess ease is the best way to put it, because if I think of ease, there couldn't be further apart in the way they approach their musical scores. One is just, rockin', let's go kill shit, let's have a good time, just kind of popcorn kind of feeling to it. And you get a lot of that, Brick brought up Kingdom Hearts earlier. You get more fun, bouncy kind of feeling, all that. But this always feels solemn, sad. There is some kind of sweeping epicness to it, the exploration that couples along with the exploration aspects. But it's never 100% like you are the hero at any point of this game. You're never given an epic score like you're going to be conquering some great evil. You're never given that feeling. It's almost something in between Shadow of the Colossus and a traditional JRPG. And I think there's definitely a reason for that. But again, the composers understood the assignment.
Yeah, I've the only experience I have with Nier is playing a little bit of Automata, or for a third pronunciation, Nier a tomato, but I have not
Thank you.
played it. That's I remember liking the music, but that's about as far as I got. I've heard hit or miss things about the original Nier as a game, but I'm curious. If you tell me the music stops me in my tracks, like I have to check that out. Well, my number two, I'm nervous I may be scooping Chris's number one here, just knowing what he likes. But this is, I think, an unassailable soundtrack. It's typically on the list of the best soundtracks ever made. Mega Man 2. This is impeccable. It remains a set of just perfect little bops all these years later. And I have a very distinct memory of being over at a friend's house where he was eager to show it to me, not realizing I already had the game, but he really wanted to show it to me and show off the lyrics he had written to the Bubble Man theme in particular. I wish I could remember what they were, because I'm guessing, because we were 8 years old or something at the time. I'm sure they were brilliant lyrics. But the game almost feels like it wants you to have lyrics for these because they're written like they were rock songs. That was, kind of what Takashi Tateishi had in mind, was like wanting to write a rock album, basically. And that's what it is. Like all of these songs though are super memorable, super catchy. Easily one of the best soundtracks on the NES, and still one of my personal favorites. God, nearly 40 years later.
Can you defeat Airman?
I have defeated Airman. Yes, I've beaten the game.
Okay. No, just internet joke.
Oh, not one I knew. Sorry, I didn't take the bait.
There's a song on the internet called "I Cannot Defeat Airman." To your point, Doug, Mega Man 2 may not be the best NES soundtrack. It may not be the best Mega Man soundtrack on the NES, but it is the one everybody knows. And so it might be the most memorable one. It's definitely the first one that comes to mind for everybody, and for damn good reason. It's a fantastic soundtrack. It's a fantastic game, too. But yeah. The Wily theme alone. Anyone who knows anything about Mega Man knows the Wily theme. Wily 1.
That's probably the one I'll use. Yeah. Dave, Rick, no?
I don't know it.
Oh,
Wow.
well, I have played it. I'm not a fan of Mega Man games, but the music is unassailable. I had another Mega Man game that, if we have honorable mentions, may show up. But it's the other one I like more, but this one is fantastic. Yeah.
All right. Well, then it's time to do those honorable mentions before we get to our number one. So, Chris, is there anything you have on your list that you just want to shout out? Just, rattle them off before we get to number ones. Go for it.
Let's see here. Some honorable mentions. Donkey Kong Country is fantastic. I already mentioned East 3 earlier. Street Fighter 2, Super Mario 64, and Saga Frontier, and Radiant Silvergun. And then one last one, if I could get that in, will be Final Fantasy 3 from the Pixel Remaster. I think that was one that really stood out to me out of all the Pixel Remaster versions of those games. So they're and Mega Man X. How could I not say Mega Man X? Definitely Mega Man X.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, Dave. You can use it in your honorable mentions too. I give you permission.
All right, Rick, you're up.
Oh, geez. Just rapid fire. Well, I mentioned Stellar Blade. So Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy X-2, and 13. We'll say 13 as well. Night in the Woods, Kentucky Route Zero, and Undertale. Of course, I'm surprised nobody mentioned Undertale. But
Undertale's fantastic.
Everybody talks about it, so I was like, I'll leave it. But yeah, Undertale. Got to mention Undertale.
Dave?
Okay, Mega Man X, Dragon Quest 11, which is kind of like all the Dragon Quests in one soundtrack.
Sure.
Great. Blasphemous, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Pizza Tower, Citizen Sleeper, Ultros, and something I think we're going to talk about very soon was on my honorable mentions. So, yeah.
All right, I got a bunch here. Final Fantasy 4, 7, 9, 10, 16. All great. Axelay, which is a SNES shmup with a great soundtrack. Soul Blazer. The other Assassin's Creed ones I didn't pick were 2, and actually the DLC for Valhalla, Wrath of the Druids, the one that takes place in like Ireland, is like, I've never even played it, but the soundtrack rips. Bastion, Blasphemous, DuckTales, Horizon Zero Dawn, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, Legend of Corandia. There's this little known point and click adventure game that I personally really love called Conquest of the Longboat, which is a great soundtrack. Little Nemo, The Dream Master, Lords of Thunder, Max Payne 3, Super Metroid, The Neverhood, Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos, Sayonara Wild Hearts, and Journey. Those are all on my honorable
Thank you for
list,
picking
so.
a TurboGrafx CD game.
Yeah, that was one of those things that like someone had, like, I played it at a friend's house and someone showed me, like, you have to hear this because it's all just ripping metal, like just squeedly diddly guitar solos all the way through that shmup. So
good.
All right, Chris, you're number one.
All right, number one. I said earlier I'd be breaking Doug's rule of not having more than one from one series. You can debate whether or not it's part of the same series. It technically is. And this takes probably my two favorite composers of all time, if I look back at it, and who I think are the best, into one little project. And probably my two favorite developers of all time, if I look back at my favorite games, into one little project. And my number one is Chrono Trigger. Taking the works and efforts of Yasunori Mitsuda, who was supposed to compose the entirety of the soundtrack, but famously or infamously worked himself into sickness and then was taken over by Nobuo Uematsu. And I think this is the quintessential RPG soundtrack. I think it's the obviously, if it's my number one, I think it's the best soundtrack here. So it's when people think of older RPGs on older consoles, I think if you play anything from this soundtrack, this is going to ring true to them. This is what's going to define that era of games, that era of that genre, and for well beyond it. There's a feeling of nostalgia in almost every track, which I think is appropriate because this is a game about time travel. It's about forming those memories with your companions, and how every character has a unique theme, even though sometimes it feels like you're being rickrolled by them. I think that everything fits just as many of these soundtracks do, which makes all these soundtracks so special, and how uniquely well they fit with their environments. But again, one of the things that I appreciate about soundtracks is when they have a lot of variation, which is something that is a necessity when you're talking about different time periods that need to have their own unique feel and vision. And Chrono Trigger nails that. And another thing Chrono Trigger just excels at as well is the emotional moments. In particular, the one that always gets me really hyped up and gets me misty under the eyes. It might be a spoiler, but it involves a mountain and an egg, and having a certain character in your party to really drive the point home for that moment. And there's a lot of moments like that in this game, and they're all made that more emotional, as Dave pointed out at the beginning of this episode, and how music carries that emotion by the score put together mainly by Yasunori Mitsuda. Cannot compliment this soundtrack enough. I love it. I'm sitting right next to this box set vinyl that I just got recently and paid more than I probably should have for it, but I'm more than happy to, because this is just a very special soundtrack to me. So there it is. My number one is Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, it's an all-timer for sure. It's one that I felt pretty safe not putting in my top 10 because someone else would bring it up, but it's an unassailable classic. Might be the best RPG soundtrack I think I've ever heard. Frog's theme is my favorite from the soundtrack. Just an all-time, like, courageous, with honor type song, like character theme. That's the song I come back to from the soundtrack, and everything that involves Frog's character in the story. So yeah, it's a great pick, and it's one where if anyone tells me the Chrono Trigger is their favorite game, but definitely their favorite soundtrack, I'd be like, yeah, 100%, I'm with you.
And it sets up how much Mitsuda loved featuring the bass. It is a bass-heavy soundtrack.
Yes.
Very true.
It's great.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's impeccable. I mean, this is easily one of the best soundtracks ever made. It's so exquisite. I don't have much to add other than, Chris, I don't know if you probably haven't seen this, but I'll have to find it and send it to you. There was this video of this guy who, very, very accomplished, highly trained pianist who had not played the game, but he was doing like a series like, okay, I'm going to react. Someone send me a piece of music and I'm going to break it down and dissect it. And like to watch his glee as he was like listening to the opening music from Chrono Trigger, like, wait, it's a ninth chord, and then it resolves into with it, like listening to how complex it was, and kind of gave me a new appreciation for it, just watching this guy's analysis and like respect for what went into this, because it's talk about punching above its weight class. It's so complex in some of the music it does, like deceptively, because it's still very catchy and earwormy as you listen to it. But this is composed at just a very expert level. So, I mean, yeah, what more can you say? Everybody agrees this is one of the greatest of all time. Like, perfect pick. All right, Rick, what you got for number one?
My number one, I am going with the game that I think is Josh Sawyer's masterpiece, Pentiment. It is very different from every other pick so far. It's set in the 16th century. And if you've read The Name of the Rose by Umberto Eco, it's kind of that. Not explicitly, but very, very much so. And all of the music is period pieces. It's early music. So they worked with this contemporary early music ensemble called Alchemy, spelled with a K and an IE at the end, and several other letters too. And they recorded all of the works. It features a bunch of works from Hildegard von Bingen, the first recorded woman composer in history, Guillaume de Michaud, who is one that I particularly like, several anonymous pieces because, not everybody was claiming stuff back then. Stuff gets lost. It's and then several original works too. It's really, really, I mean, they couldn't have gone about it a better way if they were setting up the music to be period appropriate. I was really bad at early music. In early music, by the way, meaning before like the period of Bach, like before the Baroque era, like before that is early music, Renaissance, medieval, such ancient, etc. And I was really bad at that stuff, so I had to take remedial music history courses, early music history courses in both of my grad degrees. And I ended up coming to love it. Like I just spent so much time with it because I wasn't good at it. And it eventually became something that I was very, very interested in. And I mean, it has a beauty like no other. There's, the common practice of tonality, of harmony, really kind of became solidified in the Baroque era and was just refined into the classical. Then the Romantics came along, Beethoven in particular, and they just threw it all out and did whatever they wanted. But none of that was in the early music, so there aren't, quote unquote measures like we would see today. There's not quote unquote key signatures. There's no cadences. So They were composed in totally different rule sets, but it's still like it doesn't sound frantic or anything. It's very hypnotic and spiritual in a way. Even the secular pieces, funnily enough. But that's all Pentiment is. That's what it is. And it's spectacular. They could not have done a better job. Alchemy is a fantastic group, recorded entirely on period instruments. So you're going to hear like early double reeds. I don't know what they're actually called, but like the early bagpipes, lutes, predecessors to the oboe. I think it's called an awl, AWL, maybe. But all of that stuff, it is brilliant. I mean, it's an excellent introduction to early music, that soundtrack, unironically. Really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, it's a great soundtrack. It's a great game. It's definitely, it's an incredibly easy recommendation to anyone who likes, narrative focused games. And the soundtrack adds a whole lot to it. The game is set in that time and place, and the music puts you in that time and place. Even if, kind of like you said, Rick, like I'm not familiar with what you would call early music. I think that's the term you used. Yeah. I'm not familiar with it. It's Pentiment's easily the most exposure I've ever had to it, all in the span of one video game. And it's an excellent introduction, like you said, but it does so much for the game and the story to give you that extra angle, putting you there and instead of trying to score the game with something that would be more familiar, thinking of like had they gone with a more traditional cinematic type of score, the game would lose a lot. I'm not sure why they would have, because the game was always that sort of wild passion project type of thing. But the soundtrack is great, and it adds a lot to it.
I don't know why, but for some reason I pictured the scene of Andreas like fleeing when the townspeople are chasing him to the music of the Johnny Biker in Chrono Trigger. Absurd.
Yeah, I love this soundtrack too. I love this era of music, and I'm realizing that I mentioned, hey, I'm a sucker for sea shanties, like very weird nerdy thing, but it's because of elementary school. In fifth grade, we did like a unit on the Age of Exploration, and we were taught all of these. We sang them like in class, like we learned them as part of this unit, so it stuck with me. And the year before that, my fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Rake, I have to shout out, because back then they did a Shakespeare unit, and like we did basically a Shakespeare festival, like all the kids came to school in Renaissance era costumes. We had to put on we had different, I had to do the Pyramus and Thisbe bit from Midsummer Night's Dream. Like we all had different Shakespeare pieces to learn, and with that came all of this Renaissance music. And it stuck. Like I fell in love with it then, and it stuck with me. And I'm sure it's affected some of my choices tonight. Like it skews my love of music towards things like, medieval fantasy and things like that. That is at the core of many, many, many video games. And Pentiment, like just as you said, it's all period accurate sounding music on period accurate instruments. That just brings that to life so well.
Oh, that's heartwarming. I had no idea you felt that way.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dave, number one.
All right, we're really switching things up here. This is objective criticism is bullshit, but this is objectively not the best soundtrack it's probably down there as far as all the soundtracks we've talked about today, but it is my number one because I fucking love this soundtrack. It is Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
It's not all the way down there. No, you take pride in this pick, Dave.
You're right. This soundtrack kicks ass, and it is the cheesiest thing that has ever been put in a video game. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, for those who don't know, is a spin-off of the Metal Gear series, where it is an action game developed by Platinum Games. It is a difficult, high technical action game that is canon, or at one point was canon in the Metal Gear timeline. Takes place after Metal Gear Solid 4. And you play as Raiden, who's a cyborg at this point, and you're fighting other cyborgs and Metal Gears, which are mechs, for those who don't know. And it's an action game with a kick-ass butt rock soundtrack that is as cheesy as possible, and the game is basically a series of levels that you just kind of fly and cut through on your way to really challenging boss fights. And the boss fight songs are the ones that make the soundtrack, because they all have vocals. The vocals are all singing in that, that early 2000s hard rock, rock radio type of way. And they're singing about the emotions of the story at, that point in the story. It's cheesy as hell. The story is like not that good. But the songs are so cool. I love them so much. And they provide a lot of energy for the fight. If you listen to the words, they provide, a little bit of like, I'm thinking of the one in the final boss against Senator Armstrong, where they're basically, he's trying to give like this "we're not so different, you and I" thing, and the lyrics are about how maybe that's a little bit true, but you're going down, like that kind of stuff.
It has to be this way.
It has to be this way. Yeah. In the end, it has to be this way. And it's just, I don't know. I love it's the songs with lyrics, which are like by percentage, not a big part of the soundtrack. There's only like 8 or 10 of them that, have the lyrics and really get into this. But this game has been memified into something greater than they probably could have ever, envisioned. This game has lived on well past, I feel like, new people started playing it, just because of how ridiculous some of the characters are, how ridiculous the story gets, and because of these songs. I think the songs are part of it too. The lasting legacy of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is the guy belting out that in the end it has to be this way in the final boss fight. It's insane, and I love it. It's my favorite soundtrack. I've probably already said that about multiple games, but this is, it's easily one of the soundtracks I listen to the most. I replay this game fairly often because I just love the music. I mean, the combat's awesome too, but yeah, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, number 1.
Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance's soundtrack fucks.
Indeed it does.
Sounds a lot like Strangers in Paradise, Final Fantasy. You're making it sound like that.
All the songs have the tone of all the memes you've seen from Stranger of Paradise. Like that's the vibe that all those songs are giving off, is all of Jack's cutscenes in Stranger of Paradise.
And memes are very appropriate here.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm glad you picked this, because this is a motif we haven't really touched on tonight. It's been a lot of like emotional things and sweeping adventure and stuff like that. And this is, just gonzo butt rock. And like,
yes.
It's a totally different mode. I know it's something you love, Dave. And like, it's just, this game is such, it just goes with abandon, right? Like there's, especially given the series that it comes from, which is, very operatic storytelling about, the perils of war, the military industrial complex, and all of the, batshit stuff that goes into the Metal Gear series. And Hideo Kojima in general. And this is just like, well, what if it all just went fucking wee? And like I can get down with that. Like, I think sometimes it's really great for these things to just be fun and silly and over the top. And like over the top is for as like bombastic a genre as like thing that video games are, not all of them actually go for over the top. We've actually by and large not been picking over the top things tonight. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you did.
This soundtrack is even more over the top than the rest of the Metal Gear Solid games, which are as over the top as story gets in video games in a lot of cases.
Right. Okay, well, my number one I already teased because I said it was higher on my list. It is Final Fantasy VI. Still my favorite, all these years later. It's one of those things where like Nobuo Uematsu is so good at marrying a character to a musical identity. And this soundtrack just does that over and over and over and over. And like he finds ways to reinterpolate themes. So like you mentioned, I think a while ago, Dave, we were talking about like the Figaro Castle has this wonderful, like, triumphant kind of sounding, sort of brass heavy sound to it that's beautiful in its own right. And then we get to this emotional story about the two sons who, which one of them is going to take over rule of the kingdom after their father dies, and they literally decide with the flip of a coin because they can't think of any other way to do it, and they take the same melody, the core melody, and they just turn it into this beautifully sad thing because this means this is, their father has died and this is going to crush one of them because, of course, one of them is going to have to take on this mantle. And he does stuff like that all throughout the soundtrack where they find ways to like build so much emotion into characters that like even some of the sillier characters, there's a character Gao who's basically like kid Tarzan, he's this feral child, but then you find out his father basically just dumped him in the middle of like the savannah and left him there. And he has this whole side quest where he goes and he like puts on a suit and he's gonna go and he's gonna try and talk to him, and he just rejects him. And his main theme musically is this sad cello theme for feral Tarzan like kid, and it makes you feel something. Like he's able to build so much pathos and emotion to every aspect of that score. The villain theme, not even just the main boss theme, but just the basic villain theme is way up there because it's like simultaneously like whimsical and terrifying. There's so many like tracks in this, not just Dancing Mad, which we sang the praises of. The final track in the game is you're escaping, and he basically takes everything he's already done and builds it into like one final like leitmotif Frankenstein of the entire game through the end credits. And then the triumphant like ending nature of it, like every track on this thing fires on all fucking cylinders. It is just this is the highest batting average of almost any score in any medium I can think of. So that's why it's my number one.
I've said it before, but I genuinely think Terra's theme, like AKA the world map theme, I think that is the quintessential JRPG goes on an adventure theme. Like I think it's perfect.
Oh yeah, that one is exquisite. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we've done it. We've gone through our favorite video game soundtracks. It only took us a scant 3.5 hours to do, because we just had so much to say on all these things. And I'm really glad I had all of you guys on here to do this because I couldn't think of three better subject matter experts to have on this. So thank you for doing this. I know we've been going a long time, so I'm going to give everybody a chance here to plug all of their amazing things. So Chris, tell them about Retro Hangover and all the good stuff you do.
All right. Thanks, Doug. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And it was a great time talking with the three of you about music. Great time. Retro Hangover. It's a podcast where we talk about video games, shockingly. Not enough of those. But we talk about games that are at least 10 years or older. And yeah, we just break it down in terms of its plot, its the gameplay, its music, its visuals. We even have a fun section called The Brief History, and I scream at you. And if you want to know what I mean by that, just stick around for the first 30 seconds and you'll know. It's kind of a trademark. So it's with my friend and partner Shane, where we have some banter, and we almost always have a guest on there as well. So if you're in for a good time with the occasional dick jokes and of course loud noises, come on by Retro Hangover and we'll have a good time. And we also have a show that's alternate to that. It's just kind of part of the whole thing called The Flight, where we take a top 5 list nominated by our community, and we just say what our top 5 is on whatever they pick for that week. So it could be, delightful or horrifying. You never know. But that's called The Flight. So if you want to find our stuff, just go ahead to our link tree, which is linktr.ee/retrohangover.
There you go. Rick, how about you?
Yeah, like Chris said, thank you. This was a lot of fun. I had a great time talking to all of you. Pixel Project Radio, that is the name of my podcast. That's the podcast that I host. Each week, roughly each week, there's not really a set schedule, but it's roughly 2 to 3 times a month. We go over a game in either one episode, 2 episodes, sometimes 3, sometimes more. And to that end, it's largely, but not exclusively, focused on narrative analysis. We do talk about the game as a whole, the art style, the music is a big one, the development, things like that, how it plays, of course. And then we try to talk about the story in the same way that you might in a book club, talk about what the narrative was trying to do, trying to say, how it played out, whether it was effective, allusions to history, philosophy, religion. That's another big one. And we make sure to generally clearly mark the spoiler thing for the narrative analysis. We also occasionally do episodes on things like music, non-game centered episodes. So the music of Nobuo Uematsu was one. Yasunori Mitsuda is one that's coming up in a little bit. And you can hear each of these fine folks on the show as well. They have all come on multiple times as guests. And you can find that wherever you find your podcast, wherever you find Retro Hangover, and wherever you find Tales from the Backlog.
And Dave, tell them about Tales from the Backlog and how cool it is.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, first of all, for the invite to join a great group of people to chat about music with. So, Tales from the Backlog is a weekly show where each episode is usually me with a different guest talking about one specific game. Sometimes we do discussion episodes. Those are once a quarter or so. All the other weeks are different games, and it's me with a different guest spending 2 to 3.5 hours talking about whatever the game of the week is. Doug, Rick, and Chris are all many-time guests of the podcast, so if you throw a dart, you'll probably hit an episode that they're on sooner or later. And the thing about Tales from the Backlog that I want people to know is that you can listen to any episode with no spoilers for a while. It's usually about an hour and a half before we start talking about spoilers, which is long after most people have switched to a different podcast, if I can believe my metrics. So if you are worried about spoilers, any episode is fair game, and you can go check that out. So that is Tales from the Backlog on all the podcast apps, also on YouTube if you prefer to have your podcasts over there.
Cool. And as for me, I am the host of two other podcasts I've got going right now. One is Playing by Ear. That is a music podcast where my wife and my brother-in-law and we each bring in different musical albums to talk about and break down track by track. We've had the pleasure of having Rick on for one of those, so you can go check that out. The other show I do is called Still Muppeting. I do that with our mutual friend Josh Koval from the Still Loading podcast, and once a month we take a different Jim Henson thing and analyze that. You just got to go to patreon.com/stillloadingpod and drop a few bucks to be able to get that. So those are the shows I do. Of course, if you want to get in touch with us, all our social media portals are in the show notes. I would recommend of those Facebook, BlueSky, or Instagram, because I'll post a clue every Wednesday as to what next week's episode is going to be. And my last thing, of course, is to issue a plea to anyone who has not done this to drop a review for not just my show, but any of my guest shows, any podcast you ever listen to. If you like it, take the time to do that, because it really helps the podcaster out in terms of spreading the gospel of people finding out about that show, aside from just making us feel good for the day. Also, equally appreciated is just regular old word of mouth. It's fucking late. We've been going a long time. Tell people that you like the show. That's a good thing to do for obvious reasons. So I think that'll do it for this very long episode of Nostalgium Arcanum. Guys, thank you so much all for coming on. Just always a pleasure getting to work with you guys one-on-one or here in a group.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
All right, guys. So until next time, that is one more entry in the Nostalgium Arcanum.
The great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat? Yeah. Ho, 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 ho. Ah. Ha, 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 ha. Hee 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 hee. Survive in here. You don't seem to know which creek you're in. Sweet corn is the only thing that makes it through my rear. How do you think I keep this lovely grin? Have some more caviar.